I've got blue souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Count my bones as in desert crumbs spoon. I'm gonna turn all of my stones.
Rock bottom make the man and some pressure make a gemstone. Try to put $1 to my name like Creflo. Naja boy, late to the game, it's in the blood flow. And I'm from the south, it's thick skin and tough bone. Big attitude through big lips with gusto. Trust no kings, that's why they tried to crush souls. But it's IGBO, when the dust blow, this old head be standing there. No silver, just gold. Crack no books on the hustle, I was born to grind. Yo, I'm scared of your potential, I'm adorned with mine. 30 times around the sun, man, of course I shine. My legacy will not dwarf with time. And in my daughter's eyes, it's basic, I must not say quit. Every day sees a present like a Rob St. Nick. Walk a fine line between tenacious and patient. I can't slip, I'm fighting clocks and they can't win.
I've got blue souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Count my bones as in desert crumbs slow. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. I've got blue souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Who that soldier in the mirror, oh oh. I'm gonna turn all of my stones.
Impeccably I flow, hardest raps you know, breaking status quo, reaping what I sow, artistry like Django. Get it from my mama, hip so thick that I need tempo. Personality spicy, body banging like a bongo. Cause black women been it since Timbuktu since Pharaoh. Sponge rollers and hot combs, lips, cheeks and brow bones. If you ain't for the culture then please stay out of my zone. These little dummy rappers could never grace like headphones. See I'm from a place in space where ain't no storytelling, you just had to have been there. If you want the battle, ain't no problem, say where. I got so much experience, I can't even play fair. But I'ma keep evolving and growing and hurting feelings and showing. You need endurance to go in, I got mileage on this pen. I've been busy cause I've been out here schooling all these kids. Took 3 decades to have this glow up that I did.
I've got blue souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Count my bones as in desert crumbs flow. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. I've got blue souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Who that soldier in the mirror, oh oh. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. Turn all of my
checking shoes last night to see if he was barefoot. Is that still the case? Is he barefoot? Because I know on Facebook somebody posted a picture of these could be his shoes, or is that so he is presumed to be barefoot at this point?
What I can say is that his mom says all of his shoes are accounted for at the house. I'm not going to say that he's barefoot.
All right.
Allegedly! Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. Here's a brief disclaimer for tonight's show. Let's watch.
That's ignorant! Allegedly, that's ignorant! Ignorant.
Judgment, Arthur.
Chloe, you read my thoughts. You've got the shinin.
You mean shining?
Shh, you wanna get sued?
Judgment, Arthur.
You just use that shin of yours to call me and I'll come a running. But don't be reading my mind between 4 and 5. That's Willie's time.
Hey, yo, Bob. I love him when he does that.
Let's watch.
Don't get me back to good bullshit.
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. And it's so good to see all of you guys. Good to see you, Joe. Joe, are you going for first spot for the timeout cheer tonight? Just wondering. No, guys, keep it respectful. Always try to be respectful. Also, if there's family members in the chat, which there are, or there tends to be family members or new people who are coming to visit for the first time, we want to make sure they feel welcome and in a place where we're, talking about these cases in a respectful manner. So let's always, keep it classy in the chat. Keep the order in the chat, please. And welcome in. Thank you everyone so much for being here. It's so good to see all of you And I know it's not been a long time since we did a day show, but we did a day show today. It was really fun. Went over some tough subjects in Sebastian Rogers' case, but we do that here. And shout out to Miss Ann. Thanks for stopping by, Miss Ann. You can come in and out as you want. And hey, Kylie's Nail Candy, good to see you. Yeah, yeah. So Mob Crew did an update, and I listened to, I think, most of it. I think right at the end I might have left out like just a little bit early, but um it seems that they were able to get some ground penetrating radar, which I'm just going to call it GPR because I do not like the P word. It's not my favorite. Kind of right up there, with moist. It's I just don't like those words. And so I'm very biased against those words. Gail, good to see you. Thank you so much, Gail, for putting the hearts in the chat. Hello, Lady Freedom mods in chat. We are Sebastian and Devlin's army. Thank you, Gail. Thank you so much. And Deanna D is here. Good to see you, Deanna D. Hey, KJ Mac and Sandwich is here. Hey, Hope Floats. Good to see you. Also, I see Gail in the chat and Witchy Mama and Chuchi. Thank you so much for being here, Chuchi, and for adding our disclaimers in the beginning. We do talk about tough subjects here, and it's part of it, right? And especially when we have, again, the family members to be so gracious as to come in and listen. Sometimes the family members are not going to agree with what we have to say, right? And that's okay. But I really want to work harder on, being respectful, staying on topic, that sort of thing, because it's important to make everyone feel welcome. And Holly S, so good to see you. Hey, Indigo. Hey, Lori. And also, let's see here. Just going through the list. Guys, thank you for the hearts, the green hearts in chat for Sebastian. I do want to talk about a couple of different cases tonight. So I want to talk about Sebastian Rogers, but I want to show you all what it looks like to gather together, right? What it means to gather together for a loved one who is missing or who needs justice. There's a lot of reasons why we would get together and exercise our constitutional rights. And so I think it's important for us to examine that. And I got a great list that was sent to me of different examples that I want to share with you all tonight. And Reptile Wildfire, good to see you. So, and I hope I'm not missing anyone. Hey, Bo, thank you for being here. So good to see you. And Catherine is here. Good to see you, Catherine. And Joe, Joe's he's gunning for the first timeout of the evening. Mally Cat, so good to see you. I am Elle. Thank you for being here. So good to see you guys. Hey, Blessed in Florida. Good to see you. Hashtag Huckleberry. And let's see who else we have. Hey, Sharon Parker. Good to see you. That's right, Sebastian Strong. Thank you. Oh my gosh, Cece, did you miss that? You missed it. Yeah, and I'm really bad about it because I actually would have missed it too. If people didn't tell me about it, because I was gonna go over and, brave the live stream, the 7-hour live stream. No, I'm just kidding. I got it down to 2.5 hours. So I was gonna go over there and, get that ready for you guys. But then again, I was like, okay, let's see what the results are. And I think that he said something about them coming back sooner, right? But he was wanting to give it 2 weeks because you kind of don't want to show all of your cards, right? And I completely understand that part. So yes, fireside. That's right. Oh, that's right. Oh my goodness. I know. And I need to find my birth time out so I can give it to Jen so she could tell me, what my rising sign is and everything. You got well, Oh, I am a Yankee though, Joe, so I don't have any bias towards toward Yankees. I mean, I might have a positive bias, I guess. Um, Bo, he's a nut. He's going to the timeout chair tonight. I can feel it in my bones that Joe is gonna end up with a crayon, a juice box of his choice, choose a color, get a coloring book out. You're in timeout. Uh, so tonight I'm going to go ahead and show, let me go ahead and share this screen. I want to show you guys these. These are really good examples. This first one, and these are some cases that we really haven't talked much about, like this beautiful little girl, Melody Buzzard. Guys, she is just so cute, and it's really difficult for me. As screwed up as things are on these streets, I can't show you a picture of my beautiful daughter, but she resembles this little one right here. A lot, a little bit too much, and it's very painful, to watch this. But again, there's reasons that we stand together. There's reasons that we pray together. And here we go.
We begin tonight with the latest on the search for missing 9-year-old Melody Buzzard. New images of the Vandenberg Village girl were released today. According to the Santa Barbara Sheriff's Office, surveillance photos from a car rental business show Melody on October 7th. This is just the most recent revelation as a search intensifies to find her. It comes as people in the community continue to demand answers from the girl's mom, setting up a vigil today outside of her home.
I'm Crystal Bermudez, your community reporter here.
Okay, guys, so I'm just going to stop in. Full credit to KSBY, right? Hopefully they don't strike it out. I'll just have to take it out, but since you're live here, you guys will be able to see it if I do have to make any corrections. But this was kind of on the fly, and I just love this. So there is going to be a gathering of voices for Sebastian Rogers, and I think it's really important to show the community coming out, and the reason why they may come out. Now, Melody Buzzard was found very, very, very quickly. Sebastian's been missing for 2 years, right? So I'm so very glad that this little girl has been found. Her mother is responsible, allegedly has not been convicted. But this is why people would get together, right? The neighbors might rally together. The town people might rally together. People might come together from, wherever they are on the internet and just come together for a common good cause. And, in this case, it's not like they're raising hell, but they're out there and they're saying something is not right, and that's our right to do that here.
In Vandenberg Village, where Friday night prayers and candles lit up a neighborhood here along Mars Avenue, following new details that were released in the search for 9-year-old Melody Buzzard. The sheriff's office announcing they've now narrowed down the timeline of when Melody was last seen.
We pray for Melody and her safety, Father God. We also pray for Ashley. We lift her up, Father God, and we just ask that you continue to give us answers, Father God.
Melody's father's side of the family organized the vigil, saying they refuse to give up hope.
If she's listening, we love you. We're here for you. And we just want you to be happy and call me.
While Melody's father...
Oh, we just want you to be happy and call me. And, that's what the families can do, right? I mean, I am not here to tell a family how to act during this horribly grievous time in their life, right? That they were not expecting ever that would ever happen. But I think that it says a lot that they're coming together and praying for this little girl. Hey, Jilly. And so, this is what it's about, this beautiful little girl and people not forgetting about her, right? And they found her.
Mother died in a motorcycle crash when she was 6 months old. His mother tells me he's there in spirit.
This is my baby boy. And he's gone, and she was just a baby, but here I took this picture at the hospital. I walking in and he said, Mom, wait, Mom. I know your daddy's watching you from heaven. I love you, baby.
Family members say the weight of each day without answers is unbearable.
I just can't stop thinking about this, and I hope something good comes out of this.
People across the Lompoc community tell me they felt called to come out.
Melody, we love you. We care about you. We want you to be safe.
The Santa Barbara County District Attorney's Office confirmed with KSBY News it is consulting with the Sheriff's Office on this case, with authorities saying Melody's mother has been uncooperative with the investigation. I reached out to a local attorney for insight on options authorities could have.
Guys, did you see that mom? I mean, come on. Any vibes from the mom, please put them in the chat. I mean, just, looking at that, she's looking at those people and closing the door, right? Nope, sorry, can't talk to you yet. Let's watch that again. This is someone who has been arrested.
Authorities could have.
If that little girl does.
Could have.
If that little girl does.
To a local attorney for insight on options.
Not pleading for her daughter's safe return, not begging for her daughter like we just saw. I know, Deanna. Oh my goodness, It's just incredibly heartbreaking, these families. I mean, you can feel the love, right? You can feel the love. And you could also feel this. Look at that. Cold. Close the door.
Authorities could have.
If that little girl doesn't turn up, they could file charges against the mother. And they could file child endangerment charges, felony child endangerment charges.
Investigators say Melody's last known whereabouts were during a 3-day road trip to Nebraska with her mother between October 7th and October 10th. That included a stop in Kansas.
If you were to take a direct route there and back, it would not necessarily include the state of Kansas, but the route on the way back did include the state of Kansas.
When her mother returned, authorities say Melody was not with her. At this time, Melody's case remains a missing person investigation. Authorities are asking anyone who may have seen her, possibly wearing a wig with a gray hoodie between October 7th and October 10th during that interstate trip, to contact their tip line immediately. In Vandenberg Village, Christopher Ramirez, KSBY News.
Okay. Yeah, so really great coverage there. Really great example of one extreme to the next, right? And the way a family acts, it's just an undeniable, it's just undeniable. And sorry for my big face in there. I don't know why it does that every time. But it does. Let's see. Okay. Oh, and this is a good one too. One of the largest nursing strikes in New York City history, what that means for the patients there, right? So whenever people are being treated unfairly, it can be useful to gather, in that regard as well. So let me go ahead and share this screen.
And New York City nurses are off the job in the largest nurses strike in city history. They're fighting for more pay after union negotiations failed. Now, hospital officials say they will do whatever is necessary to minimize disruption for patients. ABC's Rhiannon Alley is outside Mount Sinai Hospital with more on that. And Rhiannon, you can hear everybody there, the horns honking. What's it like there right now?
The energy is still really high, Diane, here in New York City, where, as you mentioned, thousands of nurses have taken to the streets. They are fighting for that better pay and also for safer working conditions. And this all follows months of negotiations, which failed to produce an agreement. And it all led up to today, a strike.
Okay, guys. So yeah, these are pretty huge, especially like if you're a part of a union. I mean, for one, you don't want to be the one to cross over that picket line, right? Everybody wants to stand together, because they're all standing up for a common, good. for better pay. You heard the reasons. But it's just a great example of why everybody would get together. And I mean, thousands of people, all of the nurses, are there showing support. And it's great to see everybody together for a common cause.
So, what does this mean for patients now, Rhiannon?
So, Diane, basically, this means the hospital says this will not affect patient care. They have hired an additional traveling nurses to come in to help care for patients while these nurses are on strike, but they've hired a little over 1,000 nurses, whereas they have about 15,000 striking. So the nurses we spoke with said they don't really see how patient care can be unaffected by this. Both sides seem to be conflicting with how they feel about that.
All right, Rhiannon Alley, thank you.
Well, and I think it goes without saying that patient care would be a big issue, because everyone's out there. Hey, Leslie, everyone's out there protesting, right? And I mean, and it's many more are protesting that are working, right? So it does create issues. But when there's an uncomfortable situation, a lot of times that's what pushes change. And I think that can be very positive. And this one is going to be about, let's see, it's murder victims families protest at Richland County Courthouse. So people getting together at the courthouse. And I'll share that out really quick. Welcome in, everyone. Thank you for hitting the like button. Thank you, Chi. Oh my goodness. I know. Justice for Noog. I mean, she looked healthy in the one photo, and then in the footage, yes, where she was wearing the hoodie. Oh gosh, yes. I mean, I think that's a huge indication when we see a rapid decrease in weight. Um um I don't know what I don't know what Tennessee law says about child endangerment. I don't know what specifically they could charge Katie with that for, how they would charge her with it. Um, I keep thinking back to the Texas Roadhouse with Katie, and my problem with the Texas Roadhouse and Katie is that she seemed to have been telling Sebastian something that he didn't want to hear, right? And that she wasn't enjoying telling him because she was giving off all the signs that she was, not happy herself. And so, and but I don't know if they have any evidence or proof of that. Let me see here. Because even in this background, you have Katie kind of telling Sebastian off. So it looks like anyway. So you see if I can just make myself small. Okay, there we go. But yeah, so I mean, you can just see in this picture that Katie was telling Sebastian something, asking him why, and then kind of telling him how it's going to be. Right. And so this is always something that I consider, and this is just, like a collage of the events in the body language that's questionable to me when I look at Katie, and the Texas Roadhouse. I don't know how they carry on like it's another day. And then also shutting people out is so strange. That is so strange, Oh, I love that little schnauzers. They're so cute. My point, I lost my puppy and couldn't stop crying for months. Oh, yet my mom's carrying on like nothing. Oh, I'm sorry, Sam. Oh my gosh, oh yeah, I'd be beside myself as well. Um, I completely understand. Sorry, guys, I might be just a little bit behind in chat because I went up a little bit. Oh, yes, I am because I just noticed that comment. Okay. Um, well, Joe, and you know, like I said, whether I agree with what they're protesting or not, I think it's just a good example of people getting together, you know, for a common good. Yeah, Holly, I believe that too. I think that Sebastian was having a lot of issues, you know, obviously with the CPS, with having to go to the counseling. Um, you know, there was absolutely something going on in the household at that time, you know, and it seems to have been remedied now. And so that is very concerning to me. And Katie wanting to shut everyone out is also equally concerning to me. Like, you know, and the pressure that the family, that the other side of the family would put on, in my opinion, is just normal, you know. Yeah, I mean that's what I'm thinking, Sam. I don't know why they can't use those in order to charge Katie at this point, especially if they're not charging. I mean, if you're not going to charge her for neglect, right? Because I think that would be the easiest one. Um, then I don't, you know, and use the CPS reports to your advantage. But it's like my only guess is that they have more information and they're going to try to find Sebastian, right? I mean, I just think that that's probably where we're at here. Um, oh, thank you, Chuchi. Thank you so much. Um, so yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. You know, I think that they're trying to find him, although, you know, I think that they could be doing a better job, right? But I also think that there's more ways to spread awareness, right, and gather um and do some special things. So I'm kind of going to be proposing a couple of things, just, you know, to see how that goes. And I had a nice phone call tonight. So um yeah, well, I mean, I think any of us would be in big trouble, Cinderella. Good to see you. I think all of us would be in very big trouble, right? Like I could see myself, you know, getting pinched really quick for something like that. But Katie has been able to kind of skirt responsibility, and it's super frustrating. I know it is. It's terrible. You know, sometimes I just get so angry with her, right? And especially when they come up on Queen Bee's panel and do that stuff, and I know it's her channel, she could do what she wants, and I shouldn't care. But you know, it's just a little bit unsettling when they're so hateful towards people and people are just trying to help find their son. That to me, it really speaks volumes about the kind of people they are, and especially when we see little Melody's mother acting just like Katie. You know, you have to wonder what is it that Katie's got that, you know, that mother doesn't. Because that mother did what she did to Melody, right? Allegedly, she shot her, I think, 5 times. They found her. Thank God they found her. And I'm not saying that that's what happened with Sebastian, but what I'm saying is that why is Katie able to shut out everybody, but she was the last one with her son? Why is she getting a free pass? And I think all of us mothers feel that way. Like, why is she getting a free pass? Right? And then she doesn't just get a free pass. She comes up on live streams with her husband and acts like a total fool. She made a fool of herself, right? She's real proud of herself, but she made a fool of herself. And everybody can see that, even the panel guests. As Holly was saying earlier, lots of awkward silences. And that's why I like to keep things into context. You know? So, thank you, Lori. The food issues, the belt, yeah. Yeah, exactly. Well, and in the reports from the counselors should be able to, but then again, there's no witness, and the witness is Sebastian. And I know that that's a really big running theory, and I think there's a lot of sense to be made out of that theory, that Sebastian was, going to be in the position to tell on Chris, or he already told about something. Right? That wasn't just little stuff, right? It had to have been really, really bad, in my opinion, in that theory. With that theory to hold water. So, hi, Diana Bond. Good to see ya. They openly admitted this stuff. And, I know. And they did it so quickly. Like, really quickly. I mean, they were on Smiley's, and, Chris was demanding that Smiley let him up on her panel just so he can tell on himself. That's amazing to me, right? And that's why I didn't think he was that smart, right? I'm like, this guy's really not that smart, is he? Right? Like, the first time I heard that interview, I was floored. I was like, really? We got this guy right here, I mean, look at this guy. I think there's something wrong psychologically. Yeah, Holly, or a personality, defect. It's very pathetic, and you would think people would be saying thank you, Um, and maybe they're upset because obviously they're the subject of ridicule. I understand that. That's not lost on me. But in the same way, you could absolutely just say thanks for looking for my son, no matter what you think of me. But there's no guilt. And that's something that would be felt naturally by anybody that's responsible for a child and they went missing in your care, let alone it to be your own and only son. Hey, wannabe sleuthin', thanks for being here. So, that is true, Witchy, because I'll tell you, it's a whole different ball game. It's a whole different ball game with Devlin, isn't it? Very similar case, very similar situation, in some aspects not so much, but a lot is similar. And because Devlin's family doesn't have the money, he doesn't get the coverage. It's sad. It's terrible. Sandwich and the redheads. We got our feisty redheads, right? Because she is hiding behind her big oaf. Well, and that she does hide big time. Want to be sleuthin'? I love your kitty cat. Yeah, it's like, yeah, totally. And he loves it. Chris loves to be the main attraction, right? He's got main character syndrome. you know, he's got main character syndrome. And Katie's okay with being in the background, right? She doesn't talk, very loud. She's been in the military, so you would think that she would know how to enunciate her voice. But she doesn't. She goes, just like this. And then you gotta sit there and mess with the volume. I would have had that crap out for you guys tonight, but I got to mess with the volume because you got to hear what Katie's saying in the background, because she's always saying something like crazy. Like the one time she was on Queen Bee back in May of 24, and she's over there saying oh, blah, 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 in the background. And, she's like, they're saying, I wouldn't wish this on my worst enemy. And she said, I wouldn't even wish this on Seth. And I had to save that little piece 3 times to get it loud enough for people to hear it. Right? Why don't you just say it, Katie? What are you so scared of? Right? Because you're already skating off scot-free so far. So what are you scared of, Katie? Now, she was real quiet, but she made sure she get her digs in, right? She's not so innocent, you know? Something's very wrong. It's just like the mother closing the door. It's just like Ola punch in the face. It's just like all of that. But Katie gets a freebie, right? Because she's entitled, maybe. I don't know. Good old boy system, maybe so. But something's got to give. Something's got to give. That's why Sebastian deserves to be honored, and everybody needs to gather to honor him. So, well, the joking around, and it's like, I try to make people laugh, Holly, when they're feeling down and stuff, so I kind of get it, but like they're totally like, it's like a game for them. It's really sick. It's actually sickening, you know? So, Google the Mason wives. Uh-oh. What's with CP and his crew on live making fun of the whole situation, and they all just made themselves look worse, in my opinion. Yeah, Diana, I agree with that. I agree with that. They're absolutely making things worse. And that's why whenever I was talking about the circus, who created this circus? Well, it was Chris and Katie. And they did it in order to control the situation in the oddest way possible. I mean, they were pretty effective with it, and how they went about it. I mean, they still are walking scot-free. So they had to have been doing something right. Yeah, and who the hell does that? Yeah, who the hell does it? And it's like they're laughing and joking, and I like to think I have a pretty decent sense of humor about things, but I'm just sitting there mad, I'm like, this is ridiculous, you know? Um, so Sam. Hey Nancy Fleming, good to see you. Yes, the joking when your child is missing and then Seth can't sleep begging for Sebastian. Yeah, exactly. I mean, just having to go 2 Christmases without Sebastian, 2 birthdays without him. Terrible. And Katie's up there joking around, and then, again, oh, and I forgot to post this. Let me post this really quick. During the intermission, I did not post it, as I promised I would. So give me a second. Is it in here? No, I have to add that. Okay. So, oh, I had to delete a comment off of my video today. I was like, wow, that doesn't happen very often. It's just too bad. Oh, here we go. Okay. Oh, maybe I should crop that maybe a little bit. Okay, hold on one second. Sorry, guys. I need to, because whenever you post it on there, there we go. Hold on. Let me go ahead and crop it so you don't have to. I mean, you should maybe you'll have to still click on the photo, but you can still see it. Hold on. And I'll pull it up here for us too, because I want to be able to read it. Okay, there we go. And they made no mention of this yesterday at all that I can recall. Maybe I missed it. I mean, guys, it was a 7-hour live, but if they did touch on it, it wasn't for very long. But then they have the audacity to bring up other people raising funds. And it's crazy to me. It is absolutely bonkers. So for Sebastian's birthday, let me go. Actually, let me go here. Because I want to that one to be the next one. Okay. So for Sebastian's birthday, they did a fundraiser for autism awareness, and they ended up raising quite a bit of money. I don't even know how much they raised. I don't care. It doesn't matter at this point. The Autism Foundation didn't receive the funds because of ineligibility. So, and I don't even know how that works. So don't ask me. But I'm just here to report on this part. Here we go. So this is Jay is for Justice podcast 3 hours ago. Now this is a couple days ago. I donated towards the Sebastian Rogers fundraiser held by Duchess. I was informed this morning that my money is not going to go to the foundation due to YouTube ineligibility. If you donated and care where your money went, check your email because you can choose where it goes from here. Right? But we didn't have Katie come out and say anything about that. Right, when she was on Queen Bee and I mean, she has, like, 1,000 people in there that I'm sure some of them are shared, subscribers and stuff like that. Um, you know, so either way, so they're telling her this. We wanted to inform you that the organization you selected for your donation gives a number in the amount of $50 is no longer eligible to receive funds through our program due to ineligibility. Please reply to this email with your new selection within 30 days, and we'll ensure your donation is redirected promptly. If there is no response, we will direct funds to the charity similar to your organization, your original donation, right? So basically, you could either pick one or they'll pick one for you. Pick a winner. Hey, Linda Hall, thank you for becoming a new member. Welcome to the Dragon Tribe. And so, yeah, that's that. I mean, right there, black and white. Katie didn't bother, right? She just didn't bother. And to me, when you're going to talk about somebody else's, that would be a good segue to talk about yours, right? Or vice versa. They could have talked about theirs and then they could have talked shit on Mob Crew. I don't know. I'm just saying. I mean, it's a good segue. It's a good time if you're going to talk shit, and you might want to talk shit about your own shit first or second, whichever. But at least talk about it, but it was never addressed to the best of my knowledge, at least not by the live I listened to. I know that Chris was on an earlier live talking about litigation between Granny and Barbecue. And we talked about that earlier. But I also wanted to show you guys that because I didn't know if everybody was in here from earlier. So very interesting. I guess they don't know about the pot calling the kettle black. So I know, Holly, isn't that wild? I'm like, okay, and nobody did know about it, right? And all the Krama channels go so hard for these people, but they can't even be transparent with their own people, or maybe they like put it secretly out in the discords and then Jay was like, boom, here it is. I don't know. I really don't. I just know that she posted it and I was like, well, that's convenient. Well, she said that that's what Sebastian would she said that's what Sebastian would have wanted. And I can't believe she said it that way. But she did. Yeah, and why not help look for Sebastian, for fuck's sake? I mean, that's what, of course peeved me off, because I've been more worried about the gathering of voices, getting people together, and so when she mentioned that, I was like, oh boy, here we go. Because, they're always talking about how the vigils aren't good enough. Why should we do a vigil? We only do that when we think people have passed away. That's not true. People get together for all types of reasons. And then this is a good time, I think, to show you guys this one. Okay, yeah, I want to make sure I'm on the right one. Let's go to this. Whoops. Sorry. Multiple tabs going. All right, there we go. All right. And I don't know why it makes my little tiny screen. Okay. I think I just drive it nuts because I'm clicking away. All right, here we go, guys.
There's a metaphor. The wheels of justice turn slowly, but grind exceedingly fine. Some families in Richland County say the wheels aren't turning at all, and they've grinded to a halt. News 5's Maya Lockett now with more from Mansfield.
Behind me are dozens of family members who have lost loved ones to murder in Richland County. They were protesting at the Richland County Courthouse, hoping to get answers.
No justice, no peace.
Trenton Isaac, Joey Andrews, David Gibson, and Malachi Miller are just a few unsolved murders in Richland County.
We don't want to be left in the dark.
Their families have been seeking justice from the beginning. Some have been waiting for years.
It's been 3 years. He was important. He may not have been their son, but he was mine. And he was a fighter when he was here, and I'm going to fight for him when he's gone.
Boom. That's a mom right there. That's a mom. Does everybody feel that mom energy? Katie, are you taking notes? That's mom energy right there. Might not be your son, but he's my son. Sounds a lot like Seth.
It's been 3 years. He was important. He may not have been their son, but he was mine. And he was a fighter when he was here, and I'm going to fight for him when he's gone.
But a year for 16-year-old Trenton Isaac's family was already too long.
I almost feel like we're at a standstill, and that's just not acceptable.
Isaac was found dead on November 15th, 2024, more than 80 miles away from his Mansfield home in Harrison County. Mansfield police say it is a complicated case because it involves 2 counties. However, they do have people of interest and say prosecutors in both counties are working on figuring out possible charges.
Get these killers off our streets!
Waiting for...
Dang, that mama's got a bullhorn now. All right, so... let's go back a little bit. I just wanted to note here. There we go. Trenton Isaac, right? January 7th, 2008 to November 15th, 2024. So she knows, she even knows where her son is, but she's fighting for justice. She's fighting for justice.
I almost feel like we're at a standstill, and that's just not acceptable.
Isaac was found dead on November 15th, 2024, more than 80 miles away from his Mansfield home in Harrison County. Mansfield police say it is a complicated case because it involves 2 counties. However, they do have people of interest and say prosecutors in both counties are working on figuring out possible charges.
Get these killers off our streets!
But waiting for justice is just not an option for them. So along with other victims' families, the group protested at the Richland County Courthouse and prosecutor's office.
Letting all law enforcement, the prosecutor, and everyone know that we're going to continue to fight for the people that we love that was taken from us.
Right, and these are people who are perfect strangers that are just out there, and they're like, hey, we want justice. We're all gathering together. We have one thing in common, right? That's we're fighting for our loved ones. This is what we expect to see. We expect nothing less, really. And that's what we would do, right? I mean, I would do that. If I would do it for someone else's kid, you're damn skippy, I would do it for mine. So... hey, what? Thank you, Lori. That's so sweet of you. Thank you, Lori. Yeah, so it is kind of like, it's slow, and it can be a slow process, Holly, and that's where a lot of times I give grace to both sides, where I'll say, you know, law enforcement's doing the best they can, but then I see the family hurting, right? And it's like you just don't want them to be in pain anymore. And sometimes it is laziness, right? And sometimes we have seemingly a lot of entitlement, in my opinion, but I do want to refer back to our friend Mark Klein earlier. We can't give them that much power. There's more of us than there are of them. There's more of us. Mama, thank you so much for gifting a Lady Freedom's Raw Narratives membership. Hey, if you got a membership, please say thank you to Mama and welcome to the Dragon Tribe. And I don't see who's got it yet, but usually somebody will say, see, I don't know why it doesn't show it. KJ Mac, thank you. She's grassroots legit engagement over here. Welcome in. Yeah. Oh gosh, I just love talking with you guys. I feel like I'm missing something really big if I don't talk to the chat as much at night, because you guys are good. You guys have the best ideas. And again, this tonight's live was also a collaboration too. So yeah. If Katie knows she has a disconnect, then she's better get it into therapy and face what she did. Yeah, well, I think it's a huge disconnect. Um, oh yay. Okay, did you get it, Chuchi? No, you no. See, I can't tell if when you because usually it'll turn green. So, hey Karina, hey Shauna, good to see you. Welcome in. So yeah, and again, these are the kinds of things that you just expect to see, a loving, caring environment. And again, these are people who have their family members and they're hungry for justice. They're hungry.
Signs, pictures, and urns, the victims were represented.
Kind of shows the reality of it. You know what I mean? Like, this is my son. Everybody else gets to stand next to theirs. I get to go hold mine in the arms.
Most of these victims were under the age of 25, like 19-year-old Malachi Miller, who was shot and killed, leaving behind a baby girl.
We still haven't heard anything. We don't know any suspects, no nothing. It's like we're still hurting while whoever did this is still going on with their life.
Or 25-year-old David Gibson, who was murdered in front of his 11-year-old daughter.
It's been hell. A lot of our family goes through it. His wife, his kids. It's sad for him.
But together, the families refuse to give up.
If one family got justice, we'd be so much closer. It would give everybody hope. I did reach out.
Oh my gosh, guys, and that's the thing. And that's a thing that I think is very important to remember, that when we stand up for Sebastian Rogers, we're not only standing up for Sebastian Rogers, we're also standing up for other missing people who are out there. And as this family member so eloquently put it, when one gets justice, it gives hope to everyone else. Everyone feels that, right? Because it's one step closer. Even when RJ was found, right? It was like, wow, I think it was Crime Lines and Lines, Brooks put up, miracle, I think was the first word I saw. And I'm like, oh my gosh, really? This is so great, So I mean, like, guys, good things happen, but we have to take action, right? It's very important to take action, but to also do it with love, right? Like, nobody was like burning anything down or doing anything crazy. It was all love. Oh, Shauna, welcome to the Dragon Tribe. Oh, thank you for becoming a new member, Shauna. Welcome in. Aw, thank you. Oh, thank you, Holly S, for your 299 super sticker. I wish they would show me like the little emojis. I don't know how to get that going. I'm gonna have to play with StreamYard a little bit more. So, but Yeah, it's just amazing. And I think it's amazing that these families are getting together and supporting each
To the
other.
Richland County Prosecutor's Office and have not yet heard back. Reporting in Richland County, Maya Lockett, News 5.
Right? So they also, were talking to the prosecutor's office for a comment, right? And that is a kind of pressure that can be applied in a positive way, right? Just a little bit, right, goes a long way, I think. And especially when people's hearts are in the right place, that makes a big, big difference. Um, oh, okay, sorry, hold on. Whoopsie daisy. All right, and then we have this next one. Okay, so missing Arlington man, a rally for action. So, and that's all we're asking for is just to take action, right? I think you guys have great questions when you're asking about the abuse and why that cannot be charged, right? I think that's a really good question, one that I can't answer, but I think it's a wonderful question to pose to law enforcement.
The family of a missing 21-year-old from Arlington are desperately looking for answers on what happened to him. They tell Fox 13 they want more action from law enforcement, which is why many members of the community came together this weekend. Tonight, we're hearing more about their concerns and how the Snohomish County Sheriff's Office is responding. Fox 13's Shira Matsuzawa has details.
Behind me are family, friends, and neighbors of Jonathan. They're holding signs calling for action, and they tell me that more needs to be done to help find the 21-year-old and bring him home.
Okay, guys, and I did get a little bit more familiar with this case. I know Jonathan. Okay, so Chuchi had sent me over. Was it News Nation? Chuchi, I think it was News Nation. It was several missing, and they did a special interview with Jonathan's father, and just a really sweet guy. You could just tell that the family legitimately, in my opinion, now I could be completely missing something, didn't have anything to do with Jonathan's disappearance. And of course, that's why they're all joining together to help find him. I mean, it's very obvious. I'm just Captain Obvious here. That's all.
Spread out on all four corners of Smoky Point Boulevard and 172nd Street, loved ones of Jonathan Wong and community members stood in solidarity, grasping their signs and balloons with one thing on their mind: finding the 21-year-old.
I just want to know what happened to him at this point. I feel like, when you're sitting in a chair and it's falling backwards, that feeling like you can't catch yourself and you're falling. It's been 12 days of that. My chest is tight and I don't know where he is.
Jonathan has autism.
Okay, guys, and that's his sister. I mean, it's just absolutely so heartbreaking, just heartbreaking.
Authorities say he was last seen at his home on March 30th, but hasn't been seen since. His sister Irene says their family is concerned.
We're not convinced that the Major Crimes Unit is doing their due diligence.
The family has hired a private investigator, but they say the sheriff's office won't accept help from their investigator, which includes evidence gathered in the form of surveillance video.
Yeah, a part of me is gone. And, it's hard enough that he's missing. But on top of that, the fact they're so unmotivated to help us has been excruciating.
The PI has been in our house to ask questions and have interviews, and we know all that information has been turned over to the sheriff, so we're really hoping that they act on what they've been given by the PI.
Wow, guys. So this case is so interesting because Jonathan's tablet was used after he went missing. And this is a huge grid search that they did, right? So Jonathan was active on his tablet, and to the best of my understanding, his family thinks that he was maybe lured out, which would make sense because he was on his tablet and then he was acting out of character. And his dad kind of noticed a little bit. Apparently, his father was on the treadmill and he was exercising. And Jonathan said, you know, you're being really loud. I'm going to go down to the basement. And his dad's like, just hold on. I'm almost done. And then by the time his dad got done, Jonathan had made his way down to the basement, and he just figured he would just let him sleep down there. And apparently, he left out the basement door. Now, I remember something, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but there was something about his mother's gardening shoes were missing. Does anybody remember that nugget? Because for some reason that sticks out to me that he walked off, but then there was also some shoes missing. Bo says, "Okay, thanks, Bo." Yeah. See, and isn't that strange? Or did he wear the same size as his mom? Respectfully, I mean, um, okay, the house shoes that he slipped on. Yeah, he slipped. He left in his house shoes. So I know, and I get exactly, Indigo. Yes, and Jonathan's on the spectrum. Um, very high functioning too. Um, so it's like he could have just gotten, wandered out with someone, lured out by someone, more like, and but who would have done so? And they were also there was also some conflict with law enforcement getting the data from his iPad. Um, they were actually requiring a warrant in order, Apple was. Um, if I can remember his father's interview.
13 reached out to the Snohomish County Sheriff's Office. They say more than 4,000 man-hours have been dedicated to the search, which spanned over 6 days. They didn't find any sign of him. We received a statement that said, in part, we understand the pain, grief, and uncertainty his loved ones are facing. We are committed to the same goal, bring Jonathan home. Jerry Grisham is neighbors with the family and organized Saturday's demonstration calling for action.
I feel kind of let down. There's no comfort there because you wonder if it happens to your kid, what's the response going to be? Or if it happens to your spouse or to you, what's the response going to be? It just
boom. Okay, this guy gets it. This guy right here gets it, right? He understands. Good neighbor, right? What if that was me? That could be me, right? Where none of us are above it. So good on him for realizing that and sticking up for what's right. Because nobody would want their family member to fall by the wayside, or nobody would want to feel like the police are being relaxed about an investigation.
There's a lot of doubt in people's mind.
And with every minute without answers, Irene says it's weighing heavy on her family, especially her parents.
They feel responsible. They keep thinking of all the things they could have done differently, to help keep him safe. And it's so unfair how much blame they're placing on themselves because we know he did not leave or wander.
You can see there are missing person signs put up like this one in hopes of finding Jonathan. Anyone with any information is asked to call 911. In Arlington, Shira Matsuzawa, Fox 13 News.
Okay, guys, so Snohomish County, and that's Jonathan Wong. And even though it's an H, it's a W sound. Apparently, I always want to make sure I say that right. But it's absolutely devastating, right? Because his sister just said to us that he wouldn't just wander off or go with someone, right? He wouldn't just leave. And I think that's really important to listen to the family, right? I mean, they know their family member the best. So, you know, I mean, we're all going to have our own opinions, but at the end of the day, they know their family member best. Uh, Shauna says, "Lady, I'm going to send you a case for a missing girl flyer." Oh, thank you, Shauna. Yeah, I'll send it over to Jen here in Indiana. If you would also post it for me, absolutely, Shauna, I will do that. Her name is Haley Busby. Oh, 3 missing girls in the same county within a month. Really? Oh my goodness. What part of Indiana, Shauna? Wow, absolutely. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I will share it out. Oh my goodness. Is there anything that connects the 3 cases like in terms of like the style that they were taken? Wow, that's scary. Bo says IML, it wasn't his neighborhood in a different town. Oh, sorry, that's a different conversation. Sorry, guys. I've not seen the mom come on camera either, Sam. I've not I have that is a good point. I've not seen her come on um either, you know. So that's so interesting about the shoes, right? The gardening shoes being missing. Very, very interesting. Hmm. Okay, so his mom didn't see him from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. Oh, was it that early in the night? Oh, how interesting, huh? You know, I always get nervous about these overnights, you know. Aw, Haley Busby. Oh my goodness. Aw, she's just so cute. Oh my goodness. Ugh. All right. Haley Busby is 17, 5'3". Last seen January 5th, 2026. So, okay, oh, wow. So she's only been missing about a week and a half. Yeah. In the enclave at Vermilion neighborhood in Fishers, Indiana, wearing a white blouse, gray jeans, and a black puffer jacket. If you've seen Haley, it's 317-773-1282. 1282. And let me pull this up too. Thank you, Shauna. Thanks, Jen. Just like Sebastian, autistic and on the high end of the spectrum. Yeah, Brenda Brown. That's really, I mean, that's what I was really blown away by the similarities in Sebastian's case as well with Jonathan's case and Devlin's case, you know. And I just felt for his family. Like his family again, you just kind of get that feeling that they're legitimately looking for their family member. Oh, this is another one for Jonathan. Oh great. Cuz yeah, I wanted to cover Jonathan's case. But we just, you know, have been covering all this other um interviews and things with Devlin's case, which I'm still working on that as well. But I think that the gathering of voices is something that's super important, that we all kind of, um, you know, draw attention to it.
Hope is not lost in the continued search for Jonathan Huang. The 21-year-old living with autism has been missing since March. Today, Fox 13's Shira Matsuzawa was at a community event where family and friends are fighting to keep his name and face top of mind.
You can see the community response out here. The family says today's Honk and Wave awareness event is really the culmination of a week of action to find Jonathan.
With each passing car, a honk, a wave, a plea.
We really need help finding Jonathan. and we can only do so much. Even as advocate for Jonathan, we're only a small family.
It's been 4 months since Jonathan Wong disappeared. The 21-year-old has a developmental disability and has been missing since March, which is why his family partnered with the Gabby Petito Foundation and light the way to get the word out and find the Arlington man.
Jonathan is incapable of helping himself. He's very naive. He needs help.
This week, they held a Find Jonathan Week of Action, encouraging the public to reach out to the governor's office, Washington senators, and the Snohomish County Sheriff's Office. Then, they gathered here on the corner of Broadway and Hewitt in Everett to honk and wave for Jonathan. Holding signs with his picture and wearing the color brown, Jonathan's favorite color, loved ones and the community rallied.
Somebody somewhere will see Jonathan, and that's what we're after.
Tim Finneran.
That's true. And guys, that's what awareness can do too. It's not only for the people in the town. A lot of the people know, right? But it's just for people who are driving by randomly. A busy area is a good area to do something like this, right? Where more people can see. Okay, Fishers, Indiana, and Hamilton County. My gosh. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I will be sure to pull that up too, Shauna. My goodness, that is so scary. And, with Jonathan and his family, and I think that was his mom. So, like, I've not seen a lot of interviews with his mom, but I'm thinking that this is his mom. I think, guys, don't quote me, but it looks like it could be his mom. And I do that all the time. My eyes are usually closed in pictures. I don't know why, but that's what Photoshop is for. So yeah, just devastating, right? I don't know. And maybe she's so quiet because she's grieving, too. Oh, her gardening shoes could be the Crocs or flip-flops, Babs. That's a good point. Very good point. Oh my gosh, I wasn't able to cover this case, and when I watched his father speak, like I said, on I believe it was News Nation, and oh my gosh, um, just heart-wrenching. Thank you, Shauna. Yeah, she is so beautiful, right? Oh my goodness. Well, and you just get worried about these younger girls, especially being taken like that, because I worry about trafficking mostly in that case, at first glance at least. Um, so he most definitely didn't leave the house knowing he wouldn't come back. Yeah, I mean, especially, if his parents are, and his sister saying, "Oh, he wouldn't just go himself," right? I mean, maybe lured out. I think also I remember a detail about him walking the dog or taking the dog out back. Um, Either before he went to the basement. I don't think it was after. I think he had taken the dog out and then went back to into his room or maybe the living room area or something. But he was wanting to go to bed unusually early. Uh from what his dad described. Um yeah, exactly, Sam. He does remind me of Devlin a lot. Yeah. And just a cute kid. I didn't know that they partnered with the Gabby Petito Foundation. That's amazing. That's wonderful to see that at work. It's so sad he's 21, but he has the mind of a child. Yeah, and Bo, I always wonder, um, well, especially the more cases that we see with autistic individuals, right? Because everyone's different. And the one thing about the spectrum is that you can't really tell, what age Jonathan would fall into. Um, I mean, yes, when we hear that he's gullible, that helps us out a lot, right? But it's hard to know what level as well, you know? Um, so I'm still waiting for the day that they use the technology to help find the missing, with being able to hear us on phones or off, see us with cameras or off, etc. Put it to good use. Yeah, I know, Indigo. It just seems like there really should be um more use of modern technology, and it's always surprising to me when there's no footage, right? Or when the cameras are down, like in Devlin's case, it's like of all days for them to do a system reboot. It's the day that Devlin went missing, and he was always at the laundromat, or not always there, but he frequented the laundromat. So it's crazy, that would be the day, you know? It's frustrating. And thank you, Leslie, and also good to see you, Claudia. Thanks for being here. Um, Babs, yeah. Oh, yeah, he's so smart. Well, and all of these kids, that was one thing that I found really interesting whenever we were looking over Nicholas Godejohn's evaluation, because they did only find autism, and excuse me, it did seem like they did a full on psychological evaluation, right? They used the ink blot test, they did all that. And so I think that was a good comparison, right? I mean, we talked a lot about how some of the testing that they do, oh, you're so welcome, Shauna. A lot of the testing that they do is quite archaic. I mean, some of it's from the 1920s, but in the same way they have come up with newer additions, right? Um, as well. So, I mean, they're tweaking the testing. Again, it's just so hard to tell. Even in Devlin's case, in the beginning, they may have been fudging. Excuse me, sorry. They may have been fudging a little bit when it comes to how old Devlin was, right? To kind of get more attention to his case. But it's really important to understand who we're looking for, especially when someone disappears under mysterious circumstances. That then it becomes even more important to understand who we're looking for, so we can try to, maybe track what they would have done. It always baffles me, though, too, because children on the spectrum, or individuals on the spectrum, usually have a pretty rock solid routine. And so it does make it very difficult when we think of that, because it should be easier to track their movements, right? And understand what they're doing if we already kind of know what they do every day. So that does kind of blow my mind. Oh, thank you so much, Chuchi. Thank you, thank you. Condition at disappearance: he left home barefoot, without his jacket or a cell phone. He was only carrying a Wi-Fi only iPad. Oh, and okay, thank you, Sam. And it connected, right, to the Wi-Fi, or well, it connected to a Wi-Fi network. I believe it was a day after he went missing, or was it 2 days, or am I completely off? But it was shortly, like very shortly after he went missing. But it took the police forever to get that data, if I can remember correctly. Maybe he went to bed early because he planned to sneak out to meet up with someone while parents are asleep and couldn't hear him. Yeah, I mean, I think his dad was awake and he was on the treadmill, and he had gotten off the treadmill and then was like, where's Jonathan at? Kind of a thing. I think I'm almost positive it went that way, but I could be mistaken. Either that or he went to sleep and then in the morning they realized. Um, Dang, I'm trying to recall. I always kind of like to transform News Nation stuff because usually they will strike. Will be under attack. No, I'm just kidding. Yes, exactly. The vulnerability. Jonathan has autism and the mental capacity of an 8 or 9 year old. Oh, thank you, Sam. He is verbal but struggles with complex problem solving and navigation. Oh, see, that makes me even more nervous for him to just go out. Like you wouldn't think he would actually go that far, right? At 8 or 9, and if he struggles verbally, then he probably likes to stick with people who know him. That's what that kind of tells me. And the search efforts, aw, thanks, Sam. There have been extensive searches involved canines, involving drones, canine units, and helicopters, and the family has also hired a private investigator. And they did that grid search. It seems like the neighborhood is very involved. Um, I'm not sure about medications or therapy, Babs, but that's a fantastic question. That's what Chris McDonough would ask first is about the medications. Weston High School. Jonathan was enrolled in the transitions program at Weston High School in Arlington. This program is specifically designed for young adults, 18 to 21 with disabilities. So he was in a good program after high school, which that's really responsible of his parents. As a matter of fact, that was another thing that in the interview with Nicholas Godejohn's evaluator, the clinical psychologist, um, he had said that after high school, children who are on the spectrum or individuals on the spectrum can fall out of the routine that they're used to, right? Because they're not going to school and they're not in that routine anymore. And it can be detrimental to their disabilities, right? They can kind of regress back. And so for his family to have had him in a transition program like that, um, meaning after high school, right? Teaching more like life skills and things to help him along. Um, that would have been the most helpful and responsible thing to do for him. Yes, and it is Babs, and somebody who's gullible too, in the way that he'll believe something, right? So say somebody just said, "Hey, you just have to come out here for a minute, and I'll give you this, whatever it was that he wanted," and then they grab him or something. It's so scary, you know. It really is. His teachers described him as sweet and trusting. Oh, who viewed all adults as authority figures. Oh, see, that's so he would have trusted an adult. He would have trusted an adult as someone to tell him what to do. That's scary. Because of these behavioral changes, the family and some community advocates suspect that Jonathan may have been targeted or bullied at school or possibly groomed by someone. I think his dad actually mentioned that in that interview. I think it was like Marnie Hughes or somebody. I need to go back and look for that because that would be a really good one to pull in for this. Because I'd like to do, a live on Jonathan. Like I said, his story, um, I mean, it's just very unlike him to go, but then again, he could have. But yeah, and another thing too is I just completely get a vibe that this family is devastated, and that breaks my heart. And I think people need attention, um, especially when they weren't the ones involved. Oh, thank you, Brenda Brown, for your super sticker. Thank you so much. If my son don't start back to college soon, it's going to be detrimental to my sanity, Babs. He gets so bored on winter break. It's chaos without the structure. Yeah, and that's the other word. That's a good word, routine and structure. Um, and I think a lot of us do better with structure. It's just that we know how to structure ourselves, right? Whereas people on the spectrum need help with that. And so yeah, I think um it helps for all. I mean, I couldn't imagine, the pandemic and having, multiple kids in different age groups, homeschooling and things like that. I'm sure was challenging for parents. So um physical illnesses for Jonathan has been coming home from school complaining of nausea and upset stomach and vomiting. Really? Like before he went missing, Sam? Wow. I wonder what's up with that. Were people like poisoning his food or something? Surely the other kids wouldn't have had that much access to him. Wow. Aw, he loved his routine, would repeatedly ask to stay home from school, which was highly uncharacteristic for him. Oh, so maybe that's maybe why they're thinking the bullying too. Because yeah, usually they love their routine, and a lot of times they get along well with their teachers because usually they have good, um, you know, caregivers, especially in those programs, the transition programs. Um, I watched a documentary on it, and it was a special ed teacher that was talking about these programs and how really intricate they are for are integral, excuse me, for the families, as well as like how Babs was saying, right? The structure and the routine is just good, and it's good for the families and for the children after they are transitioning from high school. And so, yeah, I mean, usually, and like I said, this teacher was a big advocate for those programs, and she was also going to some of the lower income families and reminding them, helping them fill out paperwork and things like that. I mean, this lady was just a sweetheart. Um, really good documentary. I can't remember what it was called now. Um, that's a very good question, Babs. I'm not sure. Did Jonathan receive disability income to his own bank account by chance? I would think not, just because if he only had the mentality of like about 8 or 9, I wouldn't think he would, you know, I'm just not sure that he would be well equipped to handle that. I mean, I would think they did. I mean, and the iPad didn't go farther. If it was only Wi-Fi, then it wouldn't be able to go very far. So and I would imagine they would have safeguards, but it's just like it's so weird how like Roblox or any of those online gaming platforms can, adults can sign in, and I mean, it's so creepy, you know. See, that's a big red flag. He wanted to stay home. Yeah. Aw, that is so sad. Oh, I didn't realize there was a heavy element there like that, you guys. He was being bullied if he suddenly wanted to stay home. Maybe some SA threats, possibly intimidation, and he was just so scared. Yeah, see, and that's one thing I just it's amazing that they wouldn't have more of involvement from the adults. in that program. And I wonder if they looked around the water. Was Jonathan someone who liked to, I mean, if because like in Sebastian's case, I'm always just so hesitant because of Sebastian's case to just think first of the water, because Jonathan might be a kid that only likes to go into pools too. He might not like to be dirty either. It's very possible he was essayed and was scared, ashamed, thus the nausea, feeling sick, nerves and fear. Yeah, I can see that, Babs. Oh, you know, and somebody has to know something. That's the thing. That's the big kicker. Somebody has to know something. His family seems very well off, right? Like he's a very well dressed young man. His hair is always taken care of. Same thing with his family. Very well. But even in the video that everybody was coming together um for their family members that had been unalived. Um, everybody was dressed like very nicely to represent their family. And I think that's a big part of it. And I know I got a lot of flack when I pointed out Katie's nails not being done in the 1 year interview with Holly Thompson. And, I mean, I don't feel bad about that because I could see, all of those parents trying to look their best to represent their child. And so that's what it was really about for me, more so, especially knowing that Katie and Chris had the means. She had her nails done at some point. She just looked like she needed a new, some fill-ins, a new set, maybe. But all kids like to have their own money to spend, and regardless of the age and parents allow so much, etc. Yeah, like I mean, I would think that that would be a good way to allow for some independence and things like that too, right? Their own money, Babs. That's true, right? And I don't know if he had chore structure or um I heard there was one ping, like, well, I suppose it was like someone had logged in. So, oh, Leslie says there's water, lakes, and ocean in that area. Okay. Wow. Those programs are to promote independence, not heavily monitored. Oh, I gotcha. Some have group homes for these precious people. Yeah, I gotcha. So they're just kind of showing them life skills, more life skills, and promoting independence, but not so much um like school, like where there would be teacher. Yeah, I see what you're saying, Babs. That makes sense. I'm thinking he was tired and couldn't handle whatever was going on. Oh man, Sam. That is so sad. I think he is half, I don't want to say which ethnicity because I'm not sure. But his father's definitely Asian, of Asian descent, I would say. But his mom, because I think that was his mom earlier in the clip. Um, yeah, and I mean I've heard of Jonathan, and actually our friend Nero V was like, you should cover Jonathan Wong's case, and I was wanting to. So I'm glad that we got to, go over this because I could tell you guys are, really in the know too. Um, So that's his mom. Okay, thanks, Lily. I know because I never saw his mom, and actually, I was just so taken back by his sister and his dad, and I was like, oh, how sweet. They really want to find him. Um, thank you. Great. Mixed race. Yeah, thank you. Specifically Asian, Vietnamese. Okay, right. And white. Okay, great. Thank you. Yeah, thanks, guys. Yeah, but he's just as cute as he can be. I mean, he just looks like a cute kid, and was becoming a young adult in that transitions program. Boy, that's sad. I really hope they find him.
Holding signs with his picture and wearing the color brown, Jonathan's favorite color, loved ones and the community rallied.
Somebody somewhere will see Jonathan, and that's what we're after.
Tim Finneran is next door neighbors with Jonathan's family. He held his poster of Jonathan to spread awareness and bring Jonathan home.
It seems like trying to find a needle in the haystack at the moment, but somebody knows something.
We need to find him and get him back on his medications and give him this medical support he needs to function, to have a good life.
For Jonathan's parents, Anne and Tao, they're reminded of their son's disappearance every day.
We still can't believe.
Hey guys, I'm going to rewind it really quick, but I mean, Jonathan's father looking at his mother, I mean, he had a big gulp, right? A deep gulp. Like he was holding back tears, right? Like he was like looking at his wife, Jonathan's mother, and you could tell he was trying not to break down himself. Let's just watch that again, even though it's heartbreaking. And this is Jonathan's mom.
Somebody knows something.
We need to find him and get him back on his medications and give him this medical support he needs to function, to have a good life.
For Jonathan's parents, Anne and Tao, they're reminded of their son's disappearance every day.
We still can't believe he's gone. Every morning, we go to his room and, we open his door hoping he's in his room.
And then, every night.
Again, try to go to his room, open the door, and say a little prayer, close our eyes, and hoping that when we open our eyes that, he's there in his bed.
Gosh, I mean, just so sad, and his mama is very stoic. And, I think his father said it really well. Like they're still in shock. Like they're shocked. Yeah, thank you, Babs. Yeah, shock and fear. I mean, my goodness. So he was on medications, right? So going back to what Chris McDonough has said before is that that's one of the first questions that he inquires about. And the reason is that he's also trying to gauge empathy, right? And see how much empathy is had. And that's what his mother was focused on, right? Like he needs his medications. He's not going to do well without them. Like, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
If anyone knows anything about where Jonathan is, you're asked to contact law enforcement. In Everett, Shira Matsuzawa, Fox 13 News.
Hope is not lost.
Right. So really good stuff. And a special thank you to my friend who sent that over, those links, because, just, and those are the reasons why you get together, Chris McDonough also triggered CP. I'd be triggered if old Chris McDonough wanted to talk to me too. I'd be a little bit worried if I wasn't a true crime podcaster. I'd be honored being a true crime podcaster, but in the same way, I would not want him to talk to me in connection to a crime. No, ma'am. Oh boy, I'd be triggered too. I'd be like, oh, I'd be hiding out like Katie over there. Oh my goodness. Yes. Oh yeah, Bo, I do in the first one. Let me take a look at the first one we showed. Hold on one second here. Let me pull it back. It's like really briefly in the neighborhood. It's so let me go ahead and see if I can't pause it, and then we'll put it on a slow-mo. Slow jam in the news. Oh, here we go. Okay. Oh, no, don't go backwards. Okay, let me go ahead and slow jam this thing. All right. Oh no, that's not the right one. Sorry, hold on one second. Is it this one? Yep, this one. Okay, there we go.
Form of surveillance video.
Yeah, like a part of me is gone. And it's hard enough that he's missing.
Sorry, I didn't want to slow jam his sister. But let's go back. See, there he is in the circle, yellow circle.
Video.
Yeah, like a part of me is gone.
And also, now that I'm seeing this, it's jogging my memory too. Where didn't his father say that he liked to go on his daily walks, kind of like Devlin, where he would go on a daily walk of the neighborhood. So, people knew him in the neighborhood. And I don't know why that kind of rings a bell now. You know, oh yeah, Bo, could you send it to me? That would be great. Yeah, if because I know this one's kind of a short little clip. Um That's too funny. Sam says Chris M advised us to trigger CP to see what he leaks. My God. I love it. I love it. They had some leaks going on last night, but I don't know if it's in the right direction. It was like a hate leak, But Bab says Chris would break you down like a fraction. You don't play. Babs, that is wonderful. That's fantastic. Yeah, he sure would. I mean, and think of how nervous. Think of how nervous you would be. I mean, I would be nervous as hell. Oh my gosh, I'd be hiding. He'd have to come to my house and knock on the door. Oh no, it's Chris. I'd be looking through the people. Oh, he's here. I think the last sighting was in Lakewood. I'm not sure though. Oh, okay. So there's been some sightings. Oh. Oh, not this one, not this one. Oh, okay. He was spotted on a Ring camera in a different town at night. Really? Are they sure that's him? Oh boy. Not sure if it is him. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Bo. Oh my goodness. He would walk down the block. That's probably where he met someone. Yeah, like I don't think he would go far, right? Like Devlin was very good with directions and, so he would, actually walk distances, but I think that Jonathan's, probably a little closer to a level 2, again, spectrum. I hate doing it just the levels, um, because I always just think spectrum, right? Individual spectrum, everyone's different. Um, I love that. That is so good. They call me a little trigger around here. Oh my goodness, Sam. I think he was lured out by someone online, maybe local, maybe a friend from the program. Just because he's respectful and high functioning doesn't mean all is well in the program. Yeah, right. I gotcha. And what if there was a weirdo? Like, there could absolutely have been a weirdo in the program. And I mean that I'm not only saying a man, right? Like come in all shapes and sizes and forms. So what if it was some weirdo teacher, right? Or aide or whatever. Makes you wonder, you know? Exactly, Babs. Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh. Could you imagine? And he's so like Chris McDonough seems like he's so approachable, but he's just also so mellow and laid back that it's like he makes you feel comfortable talking, which is, really a good quality to have, Thank you, Bo. Yeah, every child is different, right? Every person. Um, he's actually between 8 and 9. They were saying IML between 8 and 9. Sorry, I clicked on the wrong one. So yeah, that was his mentality, and so he was a little lower functioning, but he seemed to be um aware of his surroundings enough to walk the neighborhood in familiar places. But wow, I can't believe. Yeah, that's okay. Let's take a look. Give me 1 second. Let me go ahead to the email. Oh, okay. Hold on 1 second. Let me share this window. Okay, could you guys see that? Okay, yes. Nope, not that one. Let me close out some of these just so it doesn't start crackling on me. So we don't crack a lacking in here. Okay, here we go. And yep.
We still haven't been able to grasp the reality of it. Every day we wake up and just wonder and where Jonathan is.
The family of 21-year-old Jonathan Wong have been actively searching for him for months. Wong is autistic, and his family says he has the mental capacity similar to an 8 or 9-year-old boy.
Until now, for us, he just disappeared without a trace overnight.
Wong disappeared near his home in Arlington on March 30th and hasn't been seen since, until a possible sighting in Kirkland just last week. Surveillance cameras in the South Juanita neighborhood near 105th Avenue Northeast and Northeast 112th Street show a young man closely resembling Huang walking in the area the night of June 23rd.
Just looking at it, how he interact really resonate with us. And, if we didn't know any better, if he's in front of our house and see through our Ring video, we would say, hey, that's Jonathan outside.
Family members say the mannerisms and clothing match Huang, and they're confident it's him. They're now organizing a neighborhood search effort in the area, hoping to find him.
He should respond to his own name. So if you see someone that resembles Jonathan, you should call 911. You should approach him and ask, are you Jonathan? And he should be able to self-identify.
Wong's family is also offering a $10,000 reward to help bring him home. 105th Avenue Northeast and Northeast 105th Avenue Northeast been seen since until a possible sighting in Kirkland just last week. Surveillance cameras in the South Juanita neighborhood near 105th Avenue Northeast and Northeast 112th Street show a young man closely resembling Huang walking in the area the night of June 23rd.
Just looking at it,
on March 30th and hasn't been seen since, until a possible
sorry. Oh, that's going to be so blurry and pixelated. Oh, see the side view. That's actually, oh, wow. Yeah, that side view actually does resemble him. Wow. So his family is saying, yeah, they thought that could possibly be Jonathan, and I can see why. Wow. And it's like he was gonna go up to the door and then he decided not to. Huh.
Possible.
Oh man, it's just so
sighting in Kirkland just last week.
Wow. Okay, so just last week, does this give a date or
We
anything?
still-
Oh, here we go. Oh, here, I made it bigger. Look at me. All right. So this was 6 months ago. Oh, okay. Oh, wow. 6 months ago. Gee whiz. All right. Can you guys? Okay, I will need to make sure you guys can see that still. Oh boy. Thanks, Bo, for sending this over. Gee whiz.
Haven't been able to grasp the reality of it. Every day we wake up and just wonder and where Jonathan is.
The family of
Okay. How tall is Jonathan? Just so I can okay, maybe it's not on here. Maybe his description's not.
21-year-old Jonathan Wong have been actively searching for him.
But that's actually a pretty good. Hold on, I'm sorry. Let me just go back a little bit, guys. Sorry about that. I'm being all sporadic, but wow. Okay, so that's an old photo of Jonathan. I mean, it's the same color t-shirt, and it looks like he's wearing black pants as well in the old photo. And then the recent photos, gosh, that really resembles him a lot, you guys. I'd really like to see a close-up. I'd really like to see a closer view of that. And because he's in motion and he kind of stops, pivots, not really even pivots a little bit, but um very true, Babs. I never put it past anybody. Oh, Leslie, I know it, and I love having you guys in the chat who have family and loved ones on the spectrum. It really helps to put it into perspective. Um, just everything, and the fact that everyone is so different. It's just so hard to pinpoint unless we get to know the personality of the person. Because we can say, oh yeah, all autistic people like water and they're drawn to it, but that's not true. Everybody's an individual. Oh, Shadow, did Justin cover this case? Oh gosh, I'll have to go over and look at Justin's. Justin always does a great job. So, um, let's see here. Wow, that is like really
And
uncanny
Wong have been
resemblance.
actively searching for him for months. Wong is autistic, and his family says he has the mental capacity similar to an 8 or 9-year-old boy.
Until now, for us, he just disappeared without a trace overnight.
Wong disappeared near his home in Arlington on March 30th and hasn't been seen since until a possible sighting in
Let me slow it down. I think I can slow it down on this one. Can I? Or no? Yeah, here's playback speed. Okay. And sorry for the way it does that when it's going to sound a little wacky, but
until a possible sighting in
I mean, like right there, that profile is very similar. I mean, even like his build is similar. You know? Oh, geez, Sammy, that grave robber guy is a weirdo. Hey, Poppy Love. Gosh, he's weird. That is the creepiest I've heard in a long time. Really gross stuff.
Kirkland just last week.
Wow, that is very interesting.
Possible sighting in
Yeah. Very, very similar. And it looked like he was going to go up to the door, but something made him not go up to the door. Really interesting.
Just last week. Surveillance cameras in the South Juanita neighborhood near 105th Avenue Northeast and Northeast 112th Street show a young man closely resembling Huang walking in the area the night of June 23rd.
Just looking at it, how he interact really resonate with us. And, if we didn't know any better, if he's in front of a house and see through our Ring video, we would say, hey, that's Jonathan outside.
Family members say the mannerisms and clothing match Huang.
It looks like when he goes around the other side, it's like he's covering his ears. Did you guys see that? Like briefly covers his ears when he goes around the corner. Like right here. Oh, you can't really see it because it's blurry. But see, his hands are up.
The mannerisms and clothing match Wong, and they're confident it's him. They're now organizing a neighborhood search effort in the area, hoping to find him.
He should respond to his own name. So if you see someone that resembles Jonathan, you should call 911. You should approach him and ask, "Are you Jonathan?" And he should be able to self-identify.
Wong's family is also offering a $10,000 reward to help bring him home. Reporting in Kirkland, Lynn Wynn, Como News.
We still.
Okay, so he's 5'10", 135 pounds, so he's thin, right? Because he's, a couple inches away from being 6 foot tall. Oh, wow. He has a mole on the right inner forearm. And that is in my way. Hold on a second.
Haven't
get it off
been able to grasp.
Autism. Okay, responds to his name. Okay, there we go. That is just so
the reality
sad,
of
guys.
it every day.
And they said that, they did a neighborhood search. So, obviously they didn't find him. Hey, Karina, good to see ya. There's one this one breaks my heart to the point I didn't want to learn more, but I saw this and you're covering it. I know, Karina, and like I said, I've been wanting to cover his case, for a little while, and I finally kind of familiarized myself with it. And I was like in tears watching his dad. And then, I hadn't seen an interview with his mom. His sister's very vocal. I think they kind of are more of the face of the operation, but that's always good to put people in the forefront that are good with the public. The cameras, hey Rosebud, the cameras give you immediate notifications on your phone. I check each time I get one. Why did these folks not call LE immediately when they saw this? Does anyone know when they contacted the police? That's a good question, Rosebud. I don't know. Let me see if I can't find like the most recent interview. Let's see.
We still haven't been able to grasp the reality of it every day. We wake up and just wonder where Jonathan is.
The family of 21-year-old Jonathan.
All right. So 7 months ago, 5 months ago, let's see. Missing since March. Okay, this is the doorbell camera. 2. So it had to have been, was it 10 months already? Oh my. Oh no, that's 10 days ago. All right, let's look at this one. Looks like it might be the oldest one. Oh, this is so this is the one I watched. I wonder if we could just kind of, it was Marnie Hughes. Okay, let me go ahead and, because this has the videos. Okay, and I do remember seeing his mom in the videos. Okay, let's see if they'll just let me play this a little bit. Please, News Nation, gods, let me play it. All right.
Now to this week's featured.
Okay, can you guys all see this? Okay, there we go. This interview really got my heartstrings going. Here we go.
Case Jonathan Wong, a young man from Washington State. He has autism and left home without his comforting coat, the money from his piggy bank, and his cell phone. The 21-year-old's family is hoping that even though he doesn't know his own address, he will somehow find his way back to them.
Great point, Leslie.
Lonely vigil, waiting for her only son.
It's kind of sad.
If there's a lighthearted moment in the Wong house, especially one involving a birthday,
Oh, you spit all over.
middle child Jonathan is in the middle of it.
Can I blow out the candles with my hand now? Okay. It's not working. You gotta lick the candle.
There. You did it. Diagnosed with autism, the 21-year-old circle doesn't extend past his tight-knit family.
He really doesn't socialize much. He does his daily walk every day from our house up to the school bus stop and come back.
As a young boy,
Okay, so that he takes a walk from their house to the school bus stop, and then he can come back. So he would just go kind of up the block, right? I mean, it seems like they have a very nice house in a nice neighborhood. You know, by the looks of it. I know, the same clothes since March, Karina. I know. I don't know about that either. You know? I know. Isn't he so cute, Bo? His little face. I mean, his family's got to be so devastated, just devastated.
and even as he grew, Jonathan needed extra support.
What are you doing, Johnny?
Aides to help him at school.
Yeah, but what else are you doing? You are.
Imagine being
Okay, so he looks like a really, jovial young man. Sorry, guys, I got the ads going. Darn ads.
And you're laminating.
And comforting routines to de-stress at his home in Arlington, north of Seattle.
He's not capable of doing things like cooking himself a meal or going to a store.
Some people with autism do run off, but not Jonathan.
He keeps to a routine and he asks for permission to do most anything, whether it's going for a walk or even to get a drink of water, he would ask for permission.
And
okay, so really rigid, right? And a lot of times we see that with children on the spectrum that they're very rigid with rules, even with themselves, Oh, I agree with that, Rosebud, completely. If you see someone, a young person, even an older person in your yard on camera, call the police immediately. Don't wait. Don't think about it. Just call, because it could be someone that needs help. I agree with that, and especially people who have Alzheimer's, they do tend to wander as well, or they'll get out and not know where they're at. And so I think that's a really good rule of thumb, Rosebud, because it's not always like nefarious. Like they're not just, scoping the joint out. I mean, sometimes they're really looking for help. And I think that that was a good comment, Leslie, that he could be looking for his address and just keeps getting further away from home. Like he really could have been, checking to see if that was his house. Oh no, it's not. And then he got scared, right? He was like going over, and then he's overwhelmed. He's putting his hands over his ears. Gosh, just I'm praying with you, Brenda. Yeah, I pray he's found and brought home soon. Oh my goodness, it's just so sad. Yeah, she seems like she really loves her little brother, right? IML, she's out there advocating, I don't know what his father does. Yeah, I haven't done a whole deep dive at all into the case. Just so cute, just so adorable. Oh, okay. So what is Gemini, Sammy? Sammy says Gemini says several confirmed sightings in this neighborhood on video on June 23rd on Northeast 114th Lane, and his house contains the number 114. Oh, well then okay, then yeah, then we're kind of on the right track, it seems like, right? Because yeah, that makes sense. Even Leslie saying maybe he's checking, and then he realized, oh no, that's not the right number. I wonder how good he is with numbers. I mean, they said he's not great with navigation, but that doesn't mean that he's not good at memorizing numbers. I know, his hand on his hip. I know. Oh my goodness. Thank you, Lori. Golly. Kirkland, OMG, that's 49 minutes from Arlington. Oh boy. You know, it makes you wonder though if he's lost and he's just desperately trying to get home. Oh my. Or what if he escaped or something and was trying to get help, you know? Gosh, 6 months ago. Oh boy. It's no good.
That's why what happened between his bedtime at 7:30 on Sunday, March 30th, and the next morning was instantly distressing.
I was already at work, and then my wife called about 6:38 time frame and said, "Hey, did you take Jonathan to school?"
She sounded frightened and said Jonathan's missing. She said, I can't find him anywhere. And she said, should I call the police? And I said, yes, call the police.
The first thing we looked is, well, did he take his jacket? Because if he went anywhere, we would have his jacket. So
Okay, guys, and if he went anywhere, he would have his jacket. So that was like his security blanket, right? Something that he felt comfortable having with him. You know, something that made him feel comfortable, like maybe like a little cloak of armor, you know, going out into the world that's overwhelming for him, and he felt safe with that coat. My goodness. Hey, Jen. Welcome in, Jen. Good to see you. I think over 7 months, Rosebud, because this is the earliest video that I could find. So with the timeline, it looks like at about 6:38 a.m., his father was notified at work, and the mother was asking, "Did you take Jonathan to school?" And then she's asking, "Should I call the police?" Right? She can't find him. Gosh, you know. But I'm thinking 7 months. Let me see if I can't see on the missing flyer. Or did I close that window? I might have closed that window.
didn't have his favorite jacket on, didn't bring his wallet, his IDs at home, his passports at home. He has cash that he saved and his little piggy bank. That's all here.
The family found a lower level door unlocked, his mom's gardening shoes missing, along with Jonathan's iPad.
That was another thing that made me really sick when my mom told me, because a lot of people with autism use iPads to self-regulate, but he never took that iPad out of the house.
I don't do these interviews. I've turned down several before this one.
The Wong family's private investigator shares their growing concern about the commitment deputies are making to the case.
The only reason I'm doing this is because I see no other way to actually get, the attention that this case needs.
The sheriff's office has made multiple postings and alerts detailing an extensive 6-day effort involving 150 searchers, drones, a helicopter, and canine teams.
Wow. Okay, so I'm just going to back that up just a little bit to the poster, because when I came back, I realized the poster was on the screen. Yay. All right, hold on one second. Okay, here we go. So it looks like, oh, date of birth, no. Oh, okay, right in the yellow, hello. Last seen March 30th, 2025. So it looks like nine months. Is that right? Yeah, thank you, Bo. March 30th, 2025. Wow, so that's about a month before Devlin? Very interesting. I didn't know that. Oh, good, Jen. Yes, I can't wait. I want to watch your I want to watch your series that you got. That you're editing. A cave or underground. I'm not familiar with Snohomish County. I'm not. I sold real estate leads up there, but I'm not sure about Snohomish County. It looks like a really nice area. I think that's the best practice, Rosebud, for just, And I know not everyone can afford that. I get that part. But I think that is a very inexpensive way that you could do, because I know some of the alarms and stuff that you can get aren't too costly. So gosh, oh my gosh, it's so yeah. So yeah, it looks like about 9 months. Yeah. Thanks, Leslie. Gosh. And then so 3 months later, there was the sighting on the Ring camera. Huh. It's quite the mystery. Especially because it's not like him not to bring, his coat.
An extensive 6-day effort involving 150 searchers, drones, a helicopter, and canine teams.
I don't see why it's not in the realm of possibility that this could be a criminal investigation.
In a tense, nearly 2-hour meeting with the sheriff and her team, the family pushed to get Jonathan's digital trail preserved. They say his iPad connected to the network once, days after he went missing.
Okay, so his iPad connected to the network once, days after he went missing. So that's interesting. And I think this is where they talk about how they needed to get a warrant. Now, that was his mother also advocating for Jonathan, and that's what we want to see. Heaven forbid she's just pulling all of our leg or all of our legs. I don't know. That's a good question. That is a really good question. Because I don't always, throw that out of, because I understand, statistically the demographic is a little different than, Jonathan's age range, but I still can't ever just, push that completely out, out of the question.
Person who's in possession of the iPad know where Jonathan is, or they have information that needs to be investigated.
The sheriff.
And I mean, say somebody walked up on him and wanted his iPad, they would have, heard him taking it, and then ran away, right? So he would be found. So, I mean, I doubt it was like a robbery type of a thing or anything like that. It definitely sounds like they need to get more information digitally, especially if someone logged in, to the network.
The sheriff's office says the lead detective spoke to an Apple rep who could not confirm a login or any activity from the iPad.
One of your deputies or sheriffs told my mother, oh, he can go off and start a new life if he wants, and he'll probably come home with a wife and 2 kids and a beard, and you'll have a good laugh about it.
The community.
Wow. I don't think anybody would be okay with that except for Mrs. Proudfoot. Yeah, I wouldn't accept that. Not if I knew my child and the way that my child, behaves, his regular behaviors, and just completely out of character, right? Just the whole thing doesn't seem right. Oh, yeah. Okay, Bo says, Lady Freedom, I had a weird feeling his sister had him because she works in Kirkland. I don't know. Oh, just a thought that was convenient. Well, yeah, I mean, hey, it's a connection, right, Bo? I mean, I can't blame you there. I mean, this is really bizarre. This is really bizarre. Um, and again, just the fact that of him going missing overnight, um, gosh, the cameras are not controlled by the government, so I don't understand what you mean by unintended consequences. If you're thinking of privacy, you still have privacy, but you also have protection. Well, and I think too, oh, I see, invasion of privacy. Yeah, well, and that's actually what the police were saying. If I remember correctly, in the other newscasts I watched, if it was, I believe it was this one. I believe it was this one, because a lot of the elements are here that I remember watching, and it is a big one. But if I was his mom, I would be advocating like she is, sitting across the table from the police and saying, okay, you know, what can we do to find my son, especially if it was brought to my attention that there was a login to the network that would, raise red flags for me big time, you know? So, and that's the thing too. And we talked a little bit about the tender years policy that the FBI has, and our friend Eric with an H sent it um, over to me, and we went over it. But the criteria is, I think, fitting for Jonathan's situation, even though he's 21. If he is in fact if he does in fact have the mentality of an 8 or 9 year old, I think that he would fit into that tender years policy. But then again, I'm guessing Snohomish County has jurisdiction, which again, we run into issues with jurisdiction, right? And as far as I know, the FBI has not been called in to assist. But let me know if you guys have heard different in the chat too, because that might be something that I'm missing. I know, Brenda, it's well, and I think we're a little shell shocked. But the thing is that, I also think that it's a big difference having a mom come out and talk and advocate, because we just don't see that. We don't see that push. Instead, Katie makes fun of it, right? Like it's funny, like it's a joke, you know. He may have That's true. He may have gone towards Kirkland knowing that his sister works there. That's very true, KJ Mac. That's a good point. Hey, Witchy Mama, if someone mugged him for his iPad, he could have fallen or gotten his head hit and not remember. Well, and that's true too. It's just so bizarre that it took 3 months for a sighting, and was it 49 miles away? Hmm. Yeah, that's just, I know. I think that's really effed up that they said that IMO. How about it? Oh yeah, he's just gonna come back. I mean, it's kind of like when we hear Chris Proudfoot say that Sebastian's gonna just return when he's 18. He'll have a beard and everything will be okay and nobody will get in trouble. That's crazy that law enforcement would say something like that to a family, though. Oh yeah, like instinct tells me someone with home access they knew. And it could very well be Karina, and that's the thing. Maybe they're just missing that piece. Um I wonder if they've had any like work done on their house or anything. It kind of makes me think of Elizabeth Smart a little bit, maybe. Like there could have been an abduction. Um, there are people that could break into that iPad and get that info. Well, and to my knowledge, I don't think they've recovered the iPad. I think the iPad's still missing. And correct me if I'm wrong, guys, because it sounds like you guys, really know this case. But, if the iPad is missing, then, there's a strong possibility that that's why they can't really crack into it or anything. Well, I mean, and I know it took a while to get into it because of the privacy laws and stuff. They were working around it because he's 21. So that tells me that he was deemed somewhat Oh, good night, Lori. Thank you so much for being here. Sleep well. Um, okay, so with him being 21 and his parents not really being in the position, so there must not have been guardianship. I'll just put it that way. There must not have been guardianship over this young man by his parents. Well, no, the iPads weren't ever recovered. Okay. Oh, okay, Karina. Gosh, that is so, yeah, that's a tough situation.
Community taking the Wong family's pain quite seriously, fanning out in search parties, posting flyers.
One of our families here in our community has had their son has been missing.
And turning to faith.
We're going to pray a prayer just to surround that family.
This, the last video the family has of Jonathan, shows his routine walk, one he returned home safely from. For now.
Okay, so that was earlier in the day, I'm guessing, that he was walking the neighborhood like he typically does. He went to the bus stop and back, right? Took his walk, came back safely. Oh, his parents did have a POA. So then I'd have to agree with Rosebud. Right? So then there would have to. And see, I don't know the laws up in Washington. I don't know the laws up there. Um hmm. Mhm. That's what I remember, Sammy, that there was some kind of issue with the iPad, like law enforcement didn't want to press Apple for with the warrant. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I remember his father saying, and he was distraught about it. So I think that's kind of part of the second part of this interview, I want to say. Either that or I saw a piece of this.
Now his family waits, for they know the young man who himself still waits eagerly for Santa each year would never leave the safety of his home.
Oh my goodness, guys. Doesn't that just almost tell you everything you need to know? So he waits for Santa still. Golly. How sad. He still waits for Santa. Thank you, Sam. So then the police shouldn't have had any issue putting anything in place in terms of, getting information from the iPad, I would think. Which he says if they had guardianship, they could sign and get the iPad records. Right. That's what I'm thinking, Witchy. I agree, KJ Mac, but I meant mandate that Medicaid offers it to all, not based on history of elopement, etc. Oh, I see. So insurance. Yeah. Okay. I think the parents tried to get guardianship after he went missing. Ah, I see. Oh gosh. Yeah, because you would think just with his, mentality that they would, but maybe they were trying, well, and also, guys, I do want to also say that I learned a little bit about Michigan laws when it comes to that, and you'd have to be incapacitated in order for them to okay it, right? And maybe it's not as extreme in every case. There might be different cases where the judge will make an independent ruling kind of a thing. I don't know how to say it. Um, but yeah, I find that interesting that he wasn't, you know. Oh, this has been the most frustrating hurdle for Jonathan's mother. The uh, exigency window under Apple's guidelines, they can bypass certain legal hurdles. Okay, so they did have the guardianship before. Dang. Washington State. Thank you, Leslie. Wow. My, oh my.
Someone had to have taken him, and someone had to have told him he needed to leave.
We just want him back, and our world is just shattered without him.
Aw, that's so sad, guys. Jeez.
Joining us now is Jonathan's father, Tao Wong. Thank you so much for being with us. Every one of the missing cases that we cover, Tao, breaks my heart. But when someone is vulnerable, like Jonathan is, I think that it creates a sense of urgency among all of us that we want to bring him home safely to you as soon as possible. What do you want people to know about your son and how they can help in your guys' search?
You don't have to love.
Okay, and again, guys, I know that we kind of learned a little bit about body language, here and there, and some of us, know a lot about it. But you could tell even, his father's, the muscles in his face are going downwards, right, and by his mouth, and you could definitely see that he's reacting, in the way that you would expect, like a grief response kind of a thing, for lack of a better way to say it. In my
Jonathan
opinion, of
is
course.
very gullible, very trusting, and he can't do things by himself. So to help him, if anyone sees him, you ask for his name and ask if he needs help. We have a lot of tips from witnesses that said they've seen him, but really don't get the detail needed to confirm by the time law enforcement arrive. They cannot confirm that it was Jonathan or it was the wrong person. So I guess the biggest takeaway here is that he's not capable of taking care of himself. He's in distress without his medication, and he would never leave his home, his safety zone, on his own without caution. Someone has really convince him, persuade him, and very likely through his iPad. That's the only device he used extensively throughout the day to self-regulate. And someone has groomed him to get him out of the house and then abducted him once they got their hands on him.
Okay, so it looks like Jonathan's father is pretty convinced, just based on this statement, that someone has lured his son out and who has, groomed him over a period of time. Grooming takes a little bit of time. Hey, Andrea, good to see you. I know you've been busy hitting the books. I'm glad you're here. So, with that being said, I think with him knowing his son, there has to be a reason why he thinks this, right? And he's going to go over the events of the night here coming up. But again, that they said that he just wouldn't, leave the comfort of his family and those who he knows and loves and that love him too, that he wouldn't just leave that safe space, that safety net. And so that's really concerning. And I find his father to be genuine. That was my first instinct. And again, watching this again with you guys, I'm getting that instinct again where, this is a grieving father who really doesn't know. And, again, he gets the phone call from his accounts, his statement, at 6:38 a.m., which is when, the Proud Feet called in Sebastian missing. But he gets a call from his wife. He was already at work, allegedly, according to his statement. And he was told that Jonathan wasn't there.
So let's talk about
he's out there.
the iPad and the digital clues that it might provide. We mentioned a moment ago there was a sign-on to the iPad at least once after he disappeared. Do you know where and what that entailed?
Yes, my brother-in-law had called Apple technical support on behalf, stating that the iPad was stolen. So the technician at Apple went online to the database and found that the iPad was online briefly on April 2nd. They won't divulge privileged information about the device without a warrant or a subpoena because for privacy matters. But they did ask, it was the iPad 5th generation, the serial number, and it matches what Jonathan had at the time.
Okay.
So that information was passed on to the sheriff department.
I know that's frustrating. It feels like that's a clue that you so desperately want to have, and some of the laws that preclude you from getting that. The night of March 30th, which was a Saturday, into that Sunday morning, somewhere in that time is when Jonathan left. Can you...
Okay, guys, I didn't catch this before, but I just caught it now. I don't know what his father does for a living, but if he was at work on a Sunday morning, that's interesting. And if it's a Sunday morning, why is his mother asking if Jonathan was at school? If Mr. Tao here had taken Jonathan to school. I just caught that.
recall his behavior prior to that, like in the hours before? Was there anything unusual?
He went on his usual walk. The only unusual aspect of it was he asked to go sleep downstairs in the guest room that evening. I was on the treadmill running, and he says making a lot of noise. He wants to go downstairs to sleep, and I told him, "Hey, it's really early. I'll be done in an hour or so, way before your bedtime." Then he said, "Okay." He went away, and I asked him to take a dog out before he go to bed, which he dutifully did. Got his jacket on, got his fitted beanie hat and shoes, took the dog out, put it away, put his jacket away, and went back to his room. And he came out again a few minutes later holding his iPad, saying, "Hey, Dad, I don't feel well. Do you think I can stay home tomorrow?" And I said, "Well, just sleep on it. If you don't feel well in the morning, reassess with Mom, and you can stay home if you don't feel well." And he kind of nodded and went back into his room. And shortly thereafter, I looked up from the treadmill, and he was on his way downstairs. And I asked him, "Jonathan, where are you going?" He said, "Oh, I'm going to go to sleep." I thought it was kind of odd because I was going to be done soon, but it didn't occur to me that to ask him anything more. But I said, "Okay, have a good night, Jonathan." And he went downstairs, and that was the last time I saw him.
Well, there's no way anyone could have known. It seemed like a normal night. The sightings, Tao, that had been called in as tips, was he alone in any of these, even though it's tough to verify? Was he with anyone? Is there any helpful information in those calls?
Unfortunately, most of the sightings were negative. Law enforcement arrived. It was somebody else. It was not him. There was one instance where somebody noticed potentially it was him with someone else. Unfortunately, when they arrived at the location, him, and the adults he was with were gone. And unfortunately, again, the security camera at that location was not functioning, so they didn't have any footage of it. So a lot of tips, I would say, probably thousands of tips has come in, but none of them had yielded any positive identification.
Damn. And we've dealt with that in Sebastian's case, right? We've seen I mean, a couple were just so close. You know what I mean? Grandfather Mountain was one that was really, really close. The same mannerisms were present, in my opinion. The close up, there was a little bit of differences. Um, Same thing with the lead in Missouri. The child was younger, but really close to Sebastian. And then there was the one in Virginia, I believe it was, of the young man crossing the street. And I mean, it's just got to be so devastating to find out that that's not your child, right? Because you're just so hopeful, and some of the sightings are really close. People have really good eye for that, you know. It's not like they're way off or they're calling in some random tip that's not, you know, that doesn't look anything like the child, right? Or the person. Um, in IML, I think that's a wonderful idea. Um, I do. I think it's a wonderful idea to do, you know, a stream of just missing people's flyers on a loop, you know, on a loop. Yeah. Yeah, Sam. Absolutely. You know, and so maybe they weren't actually confirmed, Sammy. Exactly. You know, I sent you another email just of something I saw on Facebook today, post in Jonathan's group. Oh, thank you, Bo. Thank you. I'm going down the rabbit hole. The father was the last person to see him, correct? According to this, Rosebud, yes. And again, I'm absolutely questioning the Sunday thing, right? Like, and the school. Because I mean, people work on Sunday, but usually people don't go to school on Sunday. I don't know what kind of a schedule Jonathan had, but I do find that to be different. Um, let's listen again to the account of when Jonathan went missing.
Occurred to me that to ask him anything more, but I said, okay.
Okay, hold on.
Dog out before you go to bed, which he.
All right, so he did take the dog out before he went to bed. Let me back up. I'm sorry, guys. Let me get back to this.
And the digital clues that it might provide. We mentioned a moment ago there was a sign on to the iPad at least once after he disappeared. Do you know where and what that entailed?
Yes, my brother-in-law had called Apple technical support on behalf, stating that the iPad was stolen. So the technician at Apple went online to the database and found that the iPad was online briefly on April 2nd.
Okay, online briefly. iPad was online briefly connected to the network on April 2nd.
They won't divulge privileged information about the device without a warrant or a subpoena because for privacy matters.
Well, and you know, I would argue too, as the parent, like, who do you think pays for the iPad? You know, I don't know how far I'd get with that argument, but it would be an argument I would make. You know, what do you mean I can't get access to a device that I bought and paid for, right? Like, I don't know, that's got to be infuriating. Oh, okay. So Sunday night, thank you, to Monday morning. Okay, so it was Monday morning he was reported missing. I see. Thank you, Sam. Because I'm like, wait a minute.
But they did ask, you know, it was the iPad 5th generation, the serial number, and it matches what Jonathan had at the time.
Okay.
So that information was passed on to the sheriff department.
I know that's frustrating. It feels like that's a clue that you so desperately want to have, and some of the laws that preclude you from getting that. The night of March 30th, which was a Saturday, into that Sunday morning,
Okay, so do you guys think Marnie Hughes got that wrong? Because she just said Saturday into Sunday. So maybe Marnie got it wrong. Huh. And maybe he just kind of went along with it. He looks tired. Poor guy.
where in that time is when Jonathan left. Can you recall his behavior prior to that, like in the hours before? Was there anything unusual?
This game, you're not ready for it.
He went on his usual walk. The only unusual aspect of it was he asked to go sleep downstairs in the guest room that evening. I was on the treadmill running, and he says making a lot of noise. He wants to go downstairs to sleep, and I told him, "Hey, it's really early. I'll be done in an hour or so, way before your bedtime." Then he said, "Okay." He went away, and I asked him to take a dog out before he go to bed, which he dutifully did. Got his jacket on, got his fitted beanie hat and his shoes, took the dog out, put it away, put his jacket away, and went back to his room. And he came out again a few minutes later holding his iPad, saying, "Hey, Dad, I don't feel well. Do you think I can stay home tomorrow?" And I said, "Well, let's sleep on it. If you don't feel well in the morning, reassess with Mom, and you can stay home if you don't feel well."
And I thought it was cute. It looked like he might have worked at a pizza place like Devlin. So March 30th was a Sunday, y'all. Just so everybody knows. So Marnie got it wrong. Don't ever trust the mainstream media. I'm just kidding. I'm grateful that they're letting us use this interview, hopefully.
Oh, and he kind of nodded and went back into his room. And shortly thereafter, I looked up from the treadmill, and he was on his way downstairs. And I asked him, "Jonathan, where are you going?" He said, "Oh, I'm going to go to sleep." I thought it was kind of odd because I was going to be done soon, but it didn't occur to me that to ask him anything more. But I said, "Okay, have a good night, Jonathan." And he went downstairs, and that was the last time I saw him.
Well, there's no way anyone could have known. It seemed like a normal night. The sightings, Tao, that had been called in as tips, was he alone in any of these, even though it's tough to verify? Was he with anyone? Is there any helpful information in those calls?
Unfortunately, most of the sightings were negative. Law enforcement arrived. It was somebody else. It was not him. There was one instance where somebody noticed he was potentially it was him with someone else. Unfortunately, when they arrive at the location, he potentially him and the adults he was with were gone. And unfortunately, again, the security camera at that location was not functioning, so they didn't have any footage of it. So a lot of tips, I would say, probably thousands of tips has come in, but none of them had yielded any positive identification.
Yeah, and I agree there, Karina. It really does seem like law enforcement. I mean, you see them sitting down with the family and everything, but I mean, what a hassle. I would be really upset if, that was my child's iPad. It's like, what of privacy if I paid for it, right? Or it's technically my iPad. Like, not to sound like that. Of course, it's the kid's iPad, but I'm just saying, like, he used it for self-regulation, as his father was saying, which I find him to be credible. Of course, I pick out those little nuances, but then again, we got that taken care of. So March 30th was in fact a Sunday, and then Monday was when he into the night went missing overnight. Nero V, I think that's a strong possibility, right? Especially for him to go out of character. And Andrea, I don't know why it seems like these kids with autism just in the middle of the night, and it's like, how far would they get without their security, like his coat, it's really odd to me, knowing that piece of information, and he could have been mentally distressed, right? And he definitely could have been, groomed, right? Like he could have been playing with somebody online thinking it was someone else. And sometimes we're not always checking those things. Good morning, NeuroV. So yeah, I mean, it's just wild. It's wild. Um, oh gosh, this is a tough one too.
As I'm reading about Jonathan's disappearance, I know you guys have had a lot of support from the Autism Foundation and that community because of Jonathan's diagnosis and some of the challenges that he faces. How have they helped in the searches so far, and also just raising awareness about your case so that people are out there talking about Jonathan and looking for him?
Oh my goodness, the community and the public has been so supportive. I don't think we could have bear it without the support. People just went out, the family, friends, just group of people that goes out to put up flyers. They go out and search for him. People come over, neighbors come over and just sit with us. Sometimes it was really hard, just knowing that he's out there by himself.
Gosh, just knowing that he's out there by himself, that's so sad. And I also think it's so important, for people to go and sit. He said, they've helped search, they've been there, and they've just sat with us, right? They've just come over and say, "Hi, how you doing?" And they just come over and sit with us. He says, that means everything to people, when they're going through it, to go over and sit with somebody that's going through it. You could just tell he's very grateful. No malice, no hatred. Yeah, that's amazing.
A neighbor organized a candlelight ritual. The whole community came out and show their support. I can go on and on, but it was been phenomenal in terms of the physical presence. We have communication comes in from the public. GoFundMe, we didn't expect to get such a huge support. Originally we put requests in for $5,000 to get some help, to get a PI and some attorney's fees so we can get someone onboarded to help us, since the sheriff department wasn't acting as a criminal investigation. But I think, we surpassed that within the first night, and I think it's gone up to close to $50,000 already. So the public has been really helpful, and their support has helped us acquire the legal guardianship so that now I can advocate on his behalf.
So they did get it afterwards. That's really interesting. And Sam, I think that's a great question. Was someone at the school, was there someone that he didn't want to be around, that he was avoiding, that he had maybe some sort of a run-in with before? I think that's a really good question. And Rosebud, I don't think that they've come out like publicly. I'm not sure. I should just say I don't know to that one, because she says, has law enforcement said anything about these two parents being cleared of any suspicious intent? I think just the fact that they're just so vigilant in advocating for Jonathan, probably, I don't know if it just goes without saying, but that's a good question. I'm not sure. Someone thought that they could cipher his accounts or a predator exploitation traceable. What LE office? This has got to be Snohomish County, or I'm sorry, Washington. Wait a minute. Did you guys tell me Washington State? I'm not sure. I'll just say that I am not sure. Golly, and it seems like they've done everything to try and find him. I'm just going to rewind that really quickly back.
I think, we surpassed that within the first night, and I think it's gone up to close to $50,000 already. So the the public has been really helpful, and their support has helped us acquire the legal guardianship so that now I can advocate on his behalf. So with that, the attorney has been able to get a court order and a subpoena to Apple and Verizon to get his digital data.
Okay, and guys, I also want to kind of piggyback onto that with Devlin Tate's case, right? Since he was an emancipated young man at the time of his disappearance, that was making it harder on Tamara to obtain the record, his phone records. If you guys remember, I believe it was back in July that Tamara had talked to Mr. and Mrs. E, and at that time they were still in the middle of getting some of this stuff ironed out. Thank you. Snohomish County in Washington State. Okay, I just wanted to make sure. I don't know who the jurisdiction it would be then. I guess Snohomish County then, right? So thank you guys. Thank you so much. So yeah, so maybe they're gosh. And you know, they may have some strict laws for guardianship because you know, knowing that his family had to go through that.
Law enforcement declined to do that. They declined to issue letters of preservation that could have, you know, his digital footprint, where he has been previous to his disappearance and afterwards. That is the key to finding him, is his digital footprint.
I agree. I think the digital footprint is of the utmost importance because that can really track someone's whereabouts or their movements or what happened, like he just said previously, right? Or after, during that time of the disappearance. It's super important. And it's technology that must be utilized to the fullest, in my opinion. And I'm sorry that it wasn't in this case.
They just haven't been willing to do any of that. And we were devastated when the 30-day deadline came. Typically, that's the time when companies start to purge their data. So we were begging the sheriff department to please issue letters of preservation for the data, and they would
issue letters of preservation for the data.
not do that. They would issue subpoena because they don't consider it as a criminal case. And that's really the key to finding him. So this public support has been so helpful, and we're so grateful with the support. So the subpoena was served to Apple and Verizon last week, and we're very helpful with that data. Now we can get more information to start tracing where he has been before he disappeared, and then where he could have been after he left. Because where he goes, his iPad would also track his location as he move around, even though it may not have the data, but the location is always available.
Well, it can also unlock if he was talking to anyone prior to him leaving on the 30th as well.
Yeah, it could lead to people who would possibly be someone that they could criminally investigate, right? Or I mean, wow, that's really disheartening. Hey, Holly, yeah, I mean, this poor man, it's like, yeah, this is absolutely devastating, as he said.
Has this impacted the investigation, and is it deemed criminal at this point, Tao?
Unfortunately, as of last Friday, we got a communication from the sheriff department saying nothing new to report, and that was about it. So they still consider it as a missing person.
Okay.
And guys, he's being so strong here. This man, Mr. Tao, he is being so strong, and you could tell he is fighting back. Like you could hear him gulping back tears, right? I mean, I can hear it. Wow.
And the guardianship, in order for you to unlock that data, had it been preserved? I mean, since we are past the 30 days, do you know if you'll still have access to the information it might reveal?
Without the letters of preservation from law enforcement, Apple or Verizon or communication company don't have to preserve it. They can erase it or they can push it to their normal protocols. So
Okay, so yeah, so that the letters of preservation would be in order to preserve the data and keep it intact and not dump it right after whatever their policy and procedures are. Um, Golly.
we're really worried because if they have purged it and don't have the data anymore, we lose a critical forensic of knowing exactly what it could be.
I mean, guys, he is just like holding back. I mean, this is what you typically see, right? In a family member who is absolutely devastated, does not know, wants evidence to be preserved, excuse me, the digital footprint, forensic evidence. I mean, these are the things that you expect to hear from the parent of a missing child or individual. In this case, Jonathan's a 21-year-old young man, but on the autism spectrum. I know. I wish they could just. It's like in certain ways, it's a good thing, and it's a double-edged sword. It's a double-edged sword. Yeah, when there's a world event. Holly says, yeah, then when there's a world event, they're the first ones virtue signaling. Oh my goodness, right? You see your boy now that there comes that question and the theory all missing persons cases should be looked at as a criminal first and foremost. Yeah, I agree with that, Rosebud. If they're found, if they're found, things can be ironed out later. Yeah, I agree with that. I think that it's just important to do that. And I would expect that from law enforcement, right? I'd be like, please look into me so you can clear me off your list and move on to the next possibility, right? Especially if you know that you didn't do anything, you have no involvement, you're completely desperate to find your child, right? It's like, do what you got to do. I don't care if you have to take 17 vials of blood from me, and then come back tomorrow and take 17 more. You'll do anything. And I see the desperation in this family. I really, that's my best assessment. Law enforcement, there's much to be desired, unfortunately. Well, I wonder about that, Holly. The more we're getting into this digital footprint, forensic technology, and how that works. Now, luckily, Sebastian, arguably, was 15 years old when he went missing. Not arguably that he was 15 years old, but arguably that it's a good thing. Because in that case, he's a minor, and then his, whoever's devices that he's using are not really his, I would think, just because he's a minor, right? So they would belong to the parents, I guess. But maybe that's where there's a bottleneck as well. So it's good to identify those. Nero V says groomers know air tags are put in shoes and they make individuals leave without shoes. Oh, or in other shoes. Well, and that was a big red flag, Nero V, when I first heard this, is that his mother's house shoes were missing, or gardening shoes, right? That were maybe kept out on the back porch. So I wonder if he was instructed, to do that very thing, right? Because, yeah, um, gosh, you would hate to track the kids that way, but I think air tags are a good idea. I think that's the best idea. You know, Sammy says theory chatting with someone on an iPad at school who wanted his address was being intimidated or avoidant of school, grabbed a few from bottles, slips on mom's shoes, and runs outside with the iPad to give uh, to a person. Hmm. Snohomish County Sheriff's Office, Jonathan is vulnerable adult. This case should be urgent and a priority. He needs a new lawyer. All should have been done by now. Yeah, and it seems like they had to focus time and efforts on getting that guardianship first, Karina, which takes time. I mean, you could file that thing and then they're going to give you a court date for a hearing and then they might continue it and God only knows. I mean, it just jumping through all of those hoops. Oh my goodness. Rosebud said these predators know how LE handles missing persons cases. It's not looked at as criminal case, so the effort is less. I agree, Rosebud. I think they absolutely look into the cases and try and figure out a way around, especially when it's premeditated, right? And something like this would absolutely be a long-term premeditation, right? You're grooming someone with intent to abduct them or whatever the purpose is. And I mean, we all know that there's only a certain amount of reasons that you would do that. Um, oh, IML, it's just heartbreaking. He's trying to hold it together. I mean, just, the pain. When he gets into the car, they took his iPad and kicked him out somewhere else. I hope not. Well, I mean, I can see that happening, Sammy. That's the only thing I can think of that he would have on him as anything of value. And criminals, they'll do stuff for cheap, right? Dirty deeds done dirt cheap. They don't care, just to make, especially if it's drug related, in my opinion. And that's not to shame anybody, it's just, it is what it is, right? Your congressmen, our missing persons cases should be directed as to uh, criminal, yeah, so they're investigated properly and all the tools and means are used. I agree with that, Rosebud. I think that is something that really needs to be addressed in every single state. I think anytime there's a missing persons case, especially when it's a vulnerable population, or vulnerable individual in our population, yeah, I think it needs to be looked at from every angle, and it should always be conducted as a criminal investigation and until it's proven that it's not, right? And there's certain things that evidence that would be preserved. um and I know people would say, well, there's funding issues and there's all these issues, but oh, Sebastian was a minor. CP could have done, but Seth bought that phone. Oh gosh. Oh my goodness. The Proudfoods TikTok, your day's coming, in my opinion. Yeah, they're definitely arseholes. They are definitely arseholes, you know? And it's so frustrating. They don't have to treat it as criminal, which won't stand in the Supreme Court and risks many cases. Oh, I gotcha, KJ. That's a good point. But they could gather all the evidence to ensure faster outcomes and be thorough. I think that would be, at the very least, something that could help negate some of the issues that we see in the long term. Like don't just assume because somebody's on the spectrum that they walked off and went to the water. I mean, we know that is a high probability, but then you also have to consider everything, right? And preserve evidence. So Yeah, I see what you're saying, KJ Mac. Yeah, that's such a great point. Thank you. I mean, the cops should have. I just think they need to listen to the families a little bit more too. Listen to what Mr. Wong is saying here. He is saying that this is uncharacteristic of his son. His sister is saying, my brother asks if he can get a drink of water. He's a very rigid, structured child, or young person. Um, and again, I think we have to consider the mentality, right, of a person, because yes, he could be physically in years 21, but if he has the mentality of an 8 or 9 year old, that's where there has to be a little bit more leeway for a parent, I would think. But then again, we can't trample over an individual's rights. So that's where I'm stuck, right? Because we do have situations where people are put under guardianship and they shouldn't be, right? Because it really takes away everything. All of your decision making goes to the guardian. Yeah. There has to be some sort of something more that can be done there. I mean, could there be something added instead of a full conservatorship or guardianship? Could there be something that's a little less evasive, that these people on the spectrum could fall under, especially when they're 18, 19, 20, into adulthood? Yeah, I see a major problem there. So I think that's a good idea, Karina, the essay offender list. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's a good place to look. I would also look into anybody that was in contact with Jonathan, and mainly because him saying, "Oh, I don't feel good. I don't want to go to school." There could have been something going on. There could have been something majorly going on there, you know? That is true. I got you, KJ. You are absolutely right, KJ. She says, "Yikes, guys! Guilty until proven not is something we don't do for a reason." Right? Because we wouldn't want it done to us. Exactly. That's so true. Right? I would want people to at least, let me go through due process of the law, and, everybody gets a fair shot, right? And we do have to prove guilt, right? Innocent until proven guilty. So definitely, KJ's raining in the chat. She's like, "Come on, guys, let's get it together." Oh my goodness. All right, so let's watch. So Tao's breaking my heart. He really is.
How hard is it to not have Jonathan at home? And, we were talking today about so many missing families that are in your situation. It's the unknown that is the hardest to cope with. How are you managing the emotions around all of this and not knowing what's going on with your son?
My work is easy because I use ClickUp. Here's how I keep track of all my tasks. I start by brain dumping everything I need to get done in a list view. Next, I set a priority.
It's really difficult, but it's not about us. It's about Jonathan and his safety. We have a lot of
Whoa,
support,
wait a
like I
minute.
mentioned
Wait a
earlier.
minute, Tao. Wait a
we have
minute. We need a pen and paper to Chris and Katie Proudfoot, please. Pen and paper, and listen and take notes. He says it's not about me, it's about Jonathan and his safety. Right? It's not about us.
Known that is the hardest to cope with? How are you managing the emotions around all of this and not knowing what's going on with your son?
It's really difficult, but it's not about us. It's about Jonathan and his safety.
Right. It's not about us, it's about Jonathan and his safety. When have we ever heard Chris or Katie say that? When they're given that opportunity, they start talking about the public. They start talking about, um, Karina, I'm going to use you as an example since you're right here, Neuro V. They care about what Karina and Neuro V are saying, right? What Bo is saying. Boom, Bo says. And that they're worried about that, right? More, but and what Lady Freedom is saying over here too, than they are about Sebastian and his safety. I mean, these are the key indicators. These are the key words that we look for. Other than, Mr. Tao's facial expressions that we can just see the pain, and I mean, it's not like we're like, oh, we got to look for the pain, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying it's night and day. It's just absolutely night and day. And NeuroV says not every autistic individual meet the criteria for power of attorney, but I imagine Jonathan would have. Sadly, parents' worst nightmare, not thinking it would happen in a quiet suburb, in my opinion. I agree with that, NeuroV, and I think that's so important, to recognize that you just never think something like this is going to happen. And so, as a healthy family, you don't want to have to go to that extreme, right? I'm sure at some point, and this is just my opinion, that his sister, in the event that something was to happen to Mr. or Mrs. Wong here, there would be a situation where she would step in, right? And then they would probably make sure that all of that was properly done in terms of her maybe helping out, right? Or taking Jonathan in the event that something happened to them, right? None of us are guaranteed tomorrow. So, I mean, I think it's safe to say that that may have been in the cards. Um, so Nero V, she didn't say his name yesterday, not once, I don't think. I'm gonna go back and re-listen, and I'll make sure if she did say his name once, I will correct myself. I'm not publicly apologizing, but I will correct myself. And because I'm all right with that part. But yeah, no, I mean, 7 hours, and she sat on the live, and she didn't advocate one time, not even a little bit, not even, Sebastian, we miss you. You're not in trouble. I would have taken that. You know, you're not in trouble. Please come home if you're listening to this, whatever. Nope. Nope. They took that opportunity to make fun of other YouTubers, right? Make fun of our efforts to gather for the gathering of voices, making it a point to threaten and harass Chris from Mob Crew. Silver's on the scene. Demanded receipts from the fundraiser that Chris did, but then didn't want to produce anything from the fundraiser that they did, where the money got kicked back. I mean, it's just classic Proudfoot behavior, just really classic Proudfoot behavior. And yeah, what we're gonna go over it, you know. Oh, it's so sad. A little bit, Nero V, a little bit. Um, I will show you guys. I'll show you the video of the one little piece that I clipped. Um, we'll do that for the outro. Um, but yeah, gosh, my heart and my prayers go out to Jonathan and his family, and I just really hope that he's found.
We have a lot of support, like I mentioned earlier. We have families, friends. We have people coming over to pray with us. So we feel very supported. Emotionally, it's unfathomable. You really can't experience and express it until you gone through it yourself. We've read stories about missing people before, and we always feel bad when we read and find out people that we know went missing. But to have it happen to you, it's devastating, and especially to someone vulnerable like Jonathan, who can't help himself, he can't advocate himself. It's very painful. I try not to think about it too much, because if I think about it, I don't think I can bear it. But we do have a lot of support, so that helps a lot.
If you could say anything to Jonathan to reassure him that you guys love him, you care about him, that you won't stop searching, what would you say to your son right now if you could speak to him?
Guys, do you see his chest going up and down? I'll rewind it, but he's like breathing in and out, right? Just the thought of talking to his son is pulling up so much emotion, and I understand that he's a man and he's really trying to fight it back, right? But and he's just doing everything he can, but just watch his breathing. And I know that's weird, and I'm not trying to be a weirdo, but I think it's important.
Anywhere.
Oh, for crying out loud. Hold on a second.
How hard is it to not have Jonathan at home? And, we were talking today about so many missing families that are in your situation. It's the unknown that is the hardest to cope with. How are you?
I don't think I can. We always
Sorry,
feel
guys.
bad when we read and find out people support. Like I mentioned earlier, we have families, friends. We have people coming over to pray with us. So we feel very supported. Emotionally, it's unfathomable. You really can't experience and express it until you gone through it yourself. We've read stories about missing people before, and we always feel bad when we read and find out people that we know went missing. But to have it happen to you, it's devastating, and especially to someone vulnerable like Jonathan, who can't help himself, he can't advocate himself. It's very painful. I try not to think about it too much, because if I think about it, I don't think I can bear it. But we do have a lot of support, so that helps a lot.
If you could say anything to Jonathan to reassure him that you guys love him, you care about him, that you won't stop searching, what would you say to your son right now if you could speak to him?
Right there, guys. So his, chest up, down, right? That the minute that she said, if you could talk to Jonathan, if he could hear you, it just says a lot to me.
I would say, Jonathan, everything's going to be okay. No matter what happened, we will always, always love you. We will never forget you, and we'll be here, and we will not stop looking for you. There's nothing that you can do or anybody can do to make us stop loving you. And we'll be right here waiting for you.
Aw, guys, we'll be right here waiting for you. Nothing that's happened to you, could ever change the way we feel about you or look at you, or we're never going to forget you. Those are the things that a desperate parent says. A parent that legitimately doesn't know where his son is. So sad. It's so, so, so sad. And not one time did we hear Katie make that plea. Did you guys hear Mr. Wong here? Did we ever hear him deviate from the conversation or say something completely ignorant or off-putting or off color? I mean, he's been so straightforward, right? Just straightforward. And he's not playing games with Marnie. He's not getting angry about the tough questions, the hardball questions. Give me a tough one. You know, it's not a game for him. He's up there and he's a man on a mission. He's got one goal: to spread awareness about his son, Jonathan. Just unbelievable. Unbelievable. Never deviates from the conversation, Bo. Doesn't go off and, well, let me tell you about the public. Let me tell you what, Butt Munch 76 told me on the internet. No. Oh, let me tell you about one of those pesky creators. Never once. Nothing but gratitude and love, and trying to let Jonathan know that no matter what, I love you and we're never going to forget about you and we're always going to look for you. It speaks volumes. It just speaks volumes. Oh, you could tell he just loves his son and he misses him, Leslie. I mean, just everything in him, he's just trying to control. I can just tell he's trying to control himself, right? Because he's getting emotional. He's emotional because he's feeling gratitude to his neighbors, to everybody, the outpouring of love and support. But then he's also getting emotional by being asked these questions. What would you say to Jonathan? I mean, how could you not? You have to be a real cold SOB to not get emotional, right? And everybody handles their emotions differently. But I mean, there's no doubt about it. And Bo, I agree. It's the same feeling that I get when Seth talks about his son. He stays straightforward. He stays to the point. He doesn't talk about, again, how Butt Munch 67, said this, that, or the other, right? About how one YouTube creator did this or said this. No. And believe me, he's got a lot of butt munches to mention, right? And I'm sure Chris and Katie have some too, to be fair. But I mean, they're ultra focused on that, and they're ultra focused on what creators are doing. It's not normal. Nothing normal about it. Yes, they're trying to normalize it. They're trying to make us believe that that's just par for the course. But many of us are not buying into it, because it is bullshit. Let's just be honest. It's polishing turds. Justice for Nuke says she only talks about her quirks and his quirks and food habits. What the hell does that help with or help us with? It doesn't. It doesn't, Justice for Nuke. And don't come for a vigil or awareness or anything. Don't do any of that, right? They don't want any of that. She says there's more productive ways that we can spend our time. Well, I'm all ears, Katie. Go ahead and get up on Queen Bee's panel and tell us all about it. I'm listening, right? I want to hear your feedback. If you want to send me an email, it's ladyfreedomsrawnarratives@gmail.com. Please do not give that to your husband to write me an email or I will leave him on red. I'm not dealing with him. But yes, if you have a place that you would like me to check out when I go to the Nashville area, I will go look. Right? But don't tell me that it's not productive to gather for your son, because that's the opposite of what you should be saying and thinking and doing. Like, you're completely wrong. And then they'll say, well, we don't have a handbook. Well, here's your handbook. That's completely wrong. You should be thankful for the help that you're receiving. You should not be hostile towards people when you're asked about your son and what would you like to say to him. You should already be doing that. You shouldn't have to be asked that 2 years in. that should be like a no-brainer. You have a platform of 1,000 and some odd people. I don't know how many. I watched the replay in Queen Bee's chat, but there's over 1,000 people on a given night, and you took the opportunity to get up there and act foolish, right? And what if Sebastian's out there watching? Or do you not care because you know more than we do? It's just a question, because it's very odd to me. And here I am identifying with a father more than a mother. That's odd to me in and of itself. It really is. Yes. Oh my gosh, Karina, just so much honor, very honorable way, and the best thing that he can do to represent his son in the best light possible. No one's perfect, but I mean, I can't believe not one time. I was waiting for Katie to say, and I just want to, let Sebastian know that if you're out there, we miss you. We don't want you to be out there, Bubba. Instead, Chris Proudfoot calls Mob Crew Bubba, and it was quite disturbing, right? Especially knowing that that's Sebastian's nickname, right? Very odd. From the beginning, this has been a cluster. Children are valuable and we need them. I agree, Cinderella, and they've made it so. In my opinion, they made it that way, right? It's intended by the Proud Feet to make a mockery of Sebastian's case. They've done it since day one. Katie fake crying on a panel when you can't see her. Then they get on with Holly Thompson for the first TV interview, right? And Katie's doing weird things in it. Oh, he doesn't like flies. Oh, I mean, I can't even do it. She's a freaking weirdo. I'm sorry, but that's weird to me. You don't see Mr. Tao here making fun of his son and mocking his son. If he was, we would be on him like flies on horse shit. You best believe I would be, because I don't take it lightly. I don't think it's funny when you have a 21-year-old who has the mentality of an 8 or 9-year-old, and the father is going to sit there and make fun of or poke fun at a child that has special needs. That to me is the grossest of the gross, and I would never allow for it. I would never be okay with it. I would never sit here and be like, oh, that seems like a good dad to me. Check mark, okay. No, I don't care how much money they have. I don't care how much influence they have. I don't care how much entitlement they have. To me, I'm going to call it out. It doesn't matter. Because it's not fair to the person who's missing. It's not fair to the missing child, so to speak. And I can feel comfortable looking at Jonathan as a child. If he still waits for Santa, that tells me that he's still in a younger age group, right? Mentally. And he's vulnerable. And when they say that he's very, impressionable, that's very bothering to me, right? And you could see this father is desperate to find his son. And this is what it looks like, And I don't think his wife articulates herself as well. Maybe that's why. Or maybe she's just so distraught, guys. And I get that. I get it. It's miles apart. It's crazy. Yeah, when our animals go missing, right? Like say you can't find IMO says when my cat went missing, I went outside calling, walking around many times a day, searching until she came back. Oh, I'm glad she came back. On the Ring app, posting to check your sheds, etc. Yep, and she could have been locked in. KP, none of that. And she rode around with her, with her windows up, and this is again courtesy of Mob Crew. Right? Maybe that's the hostility, you know? that he's willing to put that on his channel, right? Because that's a big issue. It's a big issue. Thank you, Brenda. It's just, you know, like if the dog or cat was out there and you're calling for them, right? You would have your window rolled down. And you mean to tell me that Sebastian doesn't deserve that? It's unbelievable, right? Sebastian deserves way better than that. Way better than that, right? I also want to point to the family putting every single identifying feature on the missing flyer, which is very, very important when somebody doesn't have things like, say, a tattoo or a piercing to identify them with, right? It's good to have those little things like there is a mole, there is a birthmark, something, right? If people have tattoos, I was posting what's his face's tattoos all over the place. Travis Decker. Sorry, had a brain fart there. But yeah, but I was posting his as soon as I found his tattoos, I was posting those babies. I was like, look at these, because some of them were really identifying. Like he had two blacks, it went all the way around his forearm, two black stripes, like thick black stripes that I was like, well, if somebody sees that, that's an identifier. It's just despicable, IML. It's just despicable, you know? And Chris Proudfoot talking about how cats and dogs are family members, but yet he doesn't care that he made Sebastian get rid of his cats when he moved in, right? And no one calls them out. They just let him do it. They just let him up there and they can do whatever they want, which is fine. It's their platform. Everybody needs people. But in the same way, it's quite disgusting for those of us who know that story. Not everybody does. Lady Freedom sent you an email link to a newspaper article of possible sighting back in the summer. Got a dash. We'll watch replay. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Neuro V. And thank you so much for recommending Jonathan's case to me. Golly, this is just one that just breaks my heart. The minute that I saw his dad's interview here, I just, and his sister and his mom, his mom sitting with in front of the police, and she's saying, hey, don't give me no crap, right? And that's what a mom does, right? It's like cut the shit. But here we are telling Katie and Chris to cut the shit, right? And here's this mother telling law enforcement cut the shit. Vastly different. Let me go ahead. I know Bo had sent me something too, and this is on Jonathan's page. There's a new show called America's Most Wanting Missing Persons, and I watched a small segment they ran about another autistic boy, 15 years old, that went missing in the middle of the night. They asked for public help, and that's it. Maybe the family can reach out to them and get more coverage. Just a thought. Oh, that's great. Yeah, I think that would be. I think that America's Most Wanted would do a better job in Jonathan's case because they're dealing with, and I'm not saying Seth is inauthentic. I'm not. I'm not. I'm talking about Chris and Katie, right? And then whoever gave them half of the flashlight video, because I'm still sore about that, right? It's never going to be something that I'm okay with, Katie, Katie. Oh gosh, I know. The window rolled up. Katie, you got your window rolled up. Lord help us. It's terrible. Oh, I know. Justice for New. I agree. Yeah, and then we see the way that Sebastian's bullied. You know? We see the way that Sebastian is bullied at his own birthday party. Unbelievable. Brenda, and that's so good because when people really key into that and remember those things, I mean, most people, I mean, there's some tattoos that people have a duplicate on or whatever, but it's rarely in the same exact spot. I mean, those are really tattoos are great identifiers. So yeah, for you to remember that, that's great. You know. Hey, little Miss Sharon, welcome back. Did you buy anything fun? Oh, KJ says, did you buy anything fun? I'm waiting to see KPCP and CB and TB. What about TP? No, I'm just kidding. I'm in orange jumpsuits and silver bracelets. I think that if anything, I think Katie's gonna take the rap, but I might be wrong on that. I for some reason I just don't see, you know, well, I mean, I know a lot of people have said that what if Chris doesn't know, right? What if Chris doesn't know what Katie did and he's sticking up for her unequivocally because he thinks that she's innocent, right? Um and if I was to say, okay, let's work that theory through, I can totally see um Katie, being hauled away, right? Perp walk, right? In that scenario, hypothetically speaking, and Chris not batting an eyelash to go get himself hitched again. That's my opinion, right? If Chris has involvement, on the other hand, then he's going to roll, and sing like a little stool pigeon. I can see him doing that, in my opinion. And the same goes for the Bowersox family, right? The Foot Clan. Let's not forget that the family member, right? I know it's not Christopher Guy. Sorry, I think that's his middle name. Why can't I remember his first name? Either way, he was involved in a shootout at a gas station, and all of a sudden the footage was misplaced. It vanished. It disappeared, right? A whole shootout at a gas station that involved this psychopath who's a registered RSO, who has charges against them for animal cruelty, and also domestic violence, was involved in a shootout at the gas station. And then all of a sudden the video footage went poof. Yeah. There's something majorly wrong in Sumner County. Majorly wrong. Right? When that can just happen to one of their affluent citizens. Why don't they update Sebastian's photo to make him look like he might look today? That's a good question, MST. I think they wait 2 years. I think that's kind of like the normal wait time, if I'm not mistaken. So hopefully Seth can maybe reach out to, I hope it doesn't come to the 2-year mark. But maybe he can reach out to National Center for Missing and Exploited Children and get that ball rolling at the 2-year mark. But that's what I've heard about that as a 2-year mark. Let me go ahead and make sure that Mr. Tao is done speaking here, and then we'll switch over.
I hope he hears your words, Tao. And if anyone has him, what would your message to them be?
I think I would just say that, Jonathan is very special, and we understand why you may want to have him. But he's his own person, and he deserves to live his own life where he chooses, where he is loved and protected. And we will not, prosecute anyone who have taken him. We just want him back. And people make mistakes. I make mistake. It's okay. That's part of being a human being. We all make mistakes, and we grow and learn through it. It's natural, and we will not hold it against you and your friends who has Jonathan. We forgive you. It's okay, right? We just want him back, and just know that we understand that you go through hard times like everyone else, and it's okay that sometimes you make mistakes because of those hard times and those difficulties, but you can come and rise above that and let him go, and you can be a hero in the story, and we can all have a happy ever after.
You can do the right thing. Tao, to you and your family.
Wow. So he just says, give me my child back. I won't press any charges, Bo. I know. I won't press any charges. We just want him back. We'll forgive you. Just heart-wrenching.
My heart breaks for you. I'm thinking about you, and I pray that Jonathan is home safely soon. Thank you for sharing your son, your joy, and your search with us.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate what you do for Jonathan and for the community and for all the family members who are also going through the same trauma of missing their loved ones. We really appreciate it, and God bless you.
God bless you, and we are here for you. And for you watching or listening, if you see Jonathan or you have any information that can help bring him home to his parents, please call Crime Stoppers. You can leave an anonymous tip. We have that number on your screen. Again, he is from Arlington in Washington State.
Yeah, so here we go, guys. That's 1-800-222-8477, 1-800-222-8477. So the Crime Stoppers tip line seems to be the one to call for Jonathan. And this was in the very beginning. Again, I believe we're at 7 months. This week, Marnie Hughes looks at the disappearance of Jonathan Wong, who vanished on March 30th. So a couple of months in, it seems like, to the investigation. Really, 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 really sad. Yeah, just really unfortunate. And then I'll check and see. NeuroV said she sent something over. Oh, great. Thank you, NeuroV. Let's see. Post on Reddit. I have read that they don't have cameras. I read something about there being one home with cameras that showed one leaving the neighborhood on foot. Oh, excuse me, no one leaving the neighborhood on foot, but did show cars leaving. They are having trouble identifying the cars because it was nighttime. Wow. That's interesting. As far as specific leads go, I know the family has located a 24/7 camera feed that was at the only entrance or exit to their neighborhood. They believe Jonathan was most likely left by car, as all the search efforts point to that being the most likely. Wow. Wow. And then this article, Washington State Tribune. Oh, I might have to do a. Oh, it might. No, I don't think it'll ask me for a subscription. Okay. Okay, this is July 1st of 2025. Let's see. 21-year-old man vanished with autism may have been spotted on a doorbell camera months after he vanished from Washington home. His family said the front door security footage was captured June 23rd in Kirkland, according to the Help Us Find Jonathan Wong Facebook page. So it says Wong was last seen at about 7:30 p.m. March 30th in Arlington. McClatchy News reported from Snohomish County's Sheriff's Office. He left his home without his iPad or jacket, which was described as being very unusual. Deputies said in May's news release. Despite extensive search efforts following his disappearance, Wong hasn't been seen, in 3 months. Okay, and these are the pictures too. Let me go ahead and share this part so you guys can see. Okay, so yeah, we have the address of the potential sighting. Thank you. If you live in Kirkland, Washington area, please check your security camera footage from the past week. Footage often wiped after 7 days, so time is critical. This potential sighting was on Northeast 114th Lane, Kirkland, Washington. Oh, it's going to bring me to the post. Sorry, can you guys still see that part? Okay, good. We'll just leave that. I can read it for you guys. We have the address of the potential sighting. Thank you. All right, I read that part. Please feel free to share this information in all the community groups and pages in the Kirkland and surrounding areas, Redmond, Woodinville, Bath Hill, Bellevue. Our flyer coverage has been mainly concentrated in the Arlington, Washington area, right, which is where Jonathan went missing from. So sightings or information, if you think you see Jonathan or if you have information that could be relevant to his disappearance, do not delay and call 911 immediately. Take a picture and or video of him for law enforcement and try to speak with him, right? Because he will, if you say his name, right? If you say, hey, Jonathan, then he can self-identify. Flyer coverage, please continue circulating and sharing Jonathan's missing flyer in physical and online spaces. Jonathan's flyer is also the cover photo for our Facebook, and it gives a link. Oh, thank you, NeuroV. I'll be sure to post this after the live. So great. And then there's a GoFundMe link as well. So that's fantastic. So I'll share that out. Little Miss Sharon says, I'm wondering if CP and KP know they are the only parents on earth with a missing child, apart from Don and Candace, that are behaving so nasty and belligerent, allegedly, in my opinion. I mean, I wonder the same thing, Little Miss Sharon. I really do. Where's the self-awareness, right? Again, and even if you watch yourself back, because there's even times where I'm like, oh gosh, I'm probably not going to rewatch that live stream. This afternoon show was one of those times, but I was really amped up, and I was like, oh, I ranted for too long today. But it is so frustrating. 7 hours, and that's all they choose to do is bash Brittany and bash this person and bash that person, or bash any efforts. I mean, they don't even stop at personal attacks. It's like they're bashing everyone, even the efforts being made, right? Sure, he's like, oh yeah, keep Sebastian's name out there. Well, I mean, yeah, but there's other things that you should be grateful for as well, especially if you legitimately don't know where Sebastian is. Then any lead should be something that you're looking at, and that's what any parent does, right? Any good parent is going to want to be, they're going to have questions, you know I wonder if they even care, Bo. I know, isn't that terrible? Have a great day, KJ Mac. Aw, thank you, little Miss Sharon. no self-awareness, right, Cinderella? It's just like they don't get it. They don't watch themselves, I guess, or maybe people are telling them they're doing good, so they're thinking they're doing good. You know, good enough is fine for them. You know, it's the only way I can describe them. I know, but I think it's accurate. Because Don and Candace did act crazy. Like, I mean, that stuff Josh was playing with, Don Wells sitting down to pee and whatnot, whatnot. Although it is humorous because it's just off color. Like, it's just something that people are just gonna be like, what in the actual F is happening? But it's still, it's like sick. It's like it's deliberate. It has to be deliberate. I think they have to know to a certain extent, but somewhat they think it's cute, right? They think they're entertaining people. They think that they're doing good, right? But then they have all these people that are telling them, "Yeah, you're doing great. You're doing great. Yeah, keep doing it." So they're egging them on. But for two grown adults, and especially with military background, I mean, maybe Katie isn't, you know, as tough as people are portraying her to be. Um, or whatever, because that was a topic and they were kind of laughing it off, right? That Katie's an MMA fighter and Katie's a ninja and Katie's this. No, I don't think so. But I think to forget that they have that military training would be silly of us, right? And so I think it's important to at least keep that on our radar. Um, but I mean, they were like making fun of themselves to the point where it was like, "Ha ha, we could never pull this off." Ha ha ha. It's like reverse psychology, but it's horribly done, in my opinion. Very arrogant, Cinderella. It is. It's like they have an air about them where, but Katie was like that in the restaurant, and I picked up on that right away, because I used to be a server. And so, you pick up on people who are, either they treat you like a human being or they don't. And I could see that Katie doesn't treat service people like human beings, right? Because she's being served, right? The queen of Texas Roadhouse. Well, there you go, Katie. There you go, sister. Sis. No, I'm just kidding. Um, well, really, the bottom line is, just look at the parents who are totally heartbroken. Those parents are devastated. I know, little Miss Sharon, and what a good comparison, right? Um, Even when Melody Buzzard's mom closed the door on the media, right? I'm assuming it was the media. It was so reminiscent of Katie because, if Chris didn't like the attention, I think Katie would have done that, right? She's the one that hides. She'll go hide. She doesn't face anything. She's very passive aggressive. People like Katie are kind of scary, in my opinion. The more and more that she comes out with her um ways of doing things, and the way about her is just more and more concerning. Every single time I listen to one of these live streams, it's crazy. Um, but guys, I better hop off of here and get busy on some of these projects I've been working on. Again, I want to do another live stream tomorrow. I want to try to do it probably like around 1. I don't want to interfere with anybody else's live streams, that usually does it during the day. So I'm trying, I'm trying not to do that. But I will set it up and we'll go over at least, some clips from Katie and Queen Bee's, or excuse me, Katie and Chris on Queen Bee's panel. So good night, Shadow. Thank you so much for being here. And thank you guys. And thank you very much, Bo, for sending that in too. And also Nero V. I really appreciate you guys sending me that stuff. Also Chuchi. Thank you guys always for sending me, these different little nuggets, because gosh, it's like there's so much out there. And especially with, oh, thank you, little Miss Sharon, especially when it comes to, um coming into a case like Jonathan's, I didn't realize he was missing that long, right? Like 9, 10 months now. Oh my goodness. Um, oh, and then also I did make an announcement earlier today about our trivia night. So if you guys want to join the memberships to do the trivia night, definitely join up so we can put that together. I know Hey Jude wanted to help me out with that, so I'm really grateful for her help. Um, I do need to work on. I think we kind of settled on a couple of different categories, like movies, music, TV shows, and maybe we'll throw in like a wild card, something fun. But we'll tally that up, and we will work on that. And then again, you'll have to wait till after I come back from the Gathering of Voices to um, get the prize, because what I'm going to do is get something special on my trip, whatever it is. Um, and put that in, as a thank you for you guys helping um, to get me over to to Tennessee again. Um, and I'm excited. We're kind of working on some things there too. I just need to send over um, to Bullhorn Betty and see what she thinks about it. I'm not sure who's coordinating things, but I definitely want to be of service and help. So I will definitely go over and check the Facebook page because I did make a post over there. Um, so, but I haven't checked it in a couple of days. So, oh, thank you, little Miss Sharon, for gifting a Lady Freedom's Raw Narratives membership. And if you got a membership, please say thank you and welcome to the Dragon Tribe. Oh my gosh, I'm excited, guys. I think it's going to be really fun. The trivia night. I think you guys will enjoy it, and we'll probably do it like of an evening, right? Like in the middle instead of doing like um you know the early show or late show, we'll do it kind of smack in the middle so everybody can participate and come in for that. Oh yeah, Bo. And I'll tell you, it wasn't expensive for me to send the Cruella bag to Mama. So yeah, and no, you don't have to pay me for that. No, I will. I will try to get some bracelets. Um I was even thinking I need to double check and see if Seth's got some, or if I could order some too if he doesn't have them. But I got to double check. We're still kind of um, ironing out some of the details. But yeah, that would be so fun. Did Hey Jude get the membership? She's gonna wake up. She'll be waking up in about an hour or so. She's my early bird. Jude's always here. If I do late, she's here early, right? If I go into like the 6 hour mark on the lives. Um, yeah, of course, Bo. I know. And I know that those things were like kind of an issue with, I don't know what was going on with the bracelets. I don't know. I mean, I know like internationally, like say our friends in England or maybe even Canada, um, it was really expensive to send them. So I'm wondering if that was part of it. Um, oh my goodness. And I can't imagine. And guys, I just got my email tamed down. Uh, it was it was atrocious. Let's just say it was a freaking mess. And I had way too much stuff in there. And then I needed to get it into appropriate spots because there were things that I wanted to revisit too and get into folders. And so I organized it and got it all pretty. And then you know, oh goodness. And now I think I have 20 emails right now that I need to get to as well, but I did answer some back, and I have one I got to answer back right when we get off. So but yes, I will schedule that for about 1 or 1:30 tomorrow, and we will do maybe a little bit of both. I do want to do a live for Devlin tomorrow though too. Um, so I'm gonna get some of that work in. So maybe we'll do like a part 1, part 2. But again, I want to continue to do like 2 lives a day through the week, and then on the weekends I'll just do one and maybe take off a Sunday. But I got to make sure I'm pushing out, so we can get everything going. So I know Seth's email is, I know. I'm gonna say, Karina, let me get with Hey Jude and ask her, and then Chuchi. Let me see when we can schedule that for. Um, because I'm thinking it's gonna be probably either next week or the week after. Um, yeah. And let me see if I have any more. I don't think I do, but I think I just use all of the memberships, but let me see if I can even gift some too. Because it'll be fun. It'll be a nice change of pace for things. Um, and again, a big special thank you, and the person knows who I'm thanking, for sending me these clips that just kind of demonstrate just some of the ways people gather together for a common cause, and how important it is. And we'll be talking more about that as we go along. So, but again, I love you guys all so very, very much. Thank you all for chatting with me late night, and I will see you all this afternoon.